Chapter 308. The woman's voice was very special. It contained a strange power with a little bit of magnetism. It was very hazy, but people couldn't help but have a good impression of her. Yun Nuashing heard his words and couldn't help but be stunned. She secretly glanced at Yuan Shi and found that he was looking at the woman in front of him calmly. There was an unconcealable joy in his eyes. Even the young girl was a little surprised. She didn't know the relationship between her family's young miss and this person in front of her. TSK, TSK. This little girl is becoming more and more beautiful. After looking for a long time, Yuan, she couldn't help but laugh. He then looked at Yun Nuashing and the others and said with a smile, "This is Yu Xiao. We met when we were young. Xiao is my fiancé." Uft. Yun Nuashing heard this and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. She stared at him in disbelief. What was going on? However, she also understood why Yuan she was so excited when he said that he was looking for the goddess of the Yu family. It turned out that he was excited because he wanted to see his fiancée. Many young people thought that marrying a fairy of the Yu family was a special honor, not to mention the goddess. However, no one had ever gotten their wish. If the news spread out that the goddess of the Yu family was already engaged, the young talents of the world would probably be heartbroken. Maybe there would be people who would fight Yuan Shi to the death. Yu Xiao heard this, and her pretty face turned red. Her jade-like fingers lightly plucked the strings of the pipa. She rolled her eyes at Yuan Shi and said coquettishly, "Brother Yuan, she is really too much. So many years have passed, and you are still like this. These are only temporary. If you can't meet the requirements of the sect elder, all of this is just empty talk. I can't change anything. I am working hard. 300 years to reach the initial god level. It will be very fast. I am not even 30 yet." Yuan, she let out a hollow laugh. Then he stuck out his chest and said proudly, of course he had such confidence. The growth speed of the god's spirit body was like flying a plane. It was said that he could reach the height of the god's spirit body. Even the initial god level would not be able to stop him. Yun Nuashing looked left and right, then nudged Yuan Shi with her elbow. She couldn't help but say, "You're always yelling that I'm abusing single people. In the end, you're already a married man. Are you abusing me, or am I abusing you? I'm still single." As soon as she said this, Yuan Shi's smile froze. Yu Xiao's pretty face flushed red, and Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smack her lips. Looking at the two of them, even if they didn't have an engagement, they probably wouldn't be able to stop them. But Xiao is not by my side. I'm always envious of you. Nuashing, why are you still single? Aren't there 2 women beside you? Yuan, she smiled awkwardly. Then he suddenly changed the topic and looked at Ziyin and Lan Shiner. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and didn't say anything. Ziyin was a little shy, but she didn't say anything either. It was as if she had agreed, which made Yuan she laugh even more. Yu Xiao waved her hand and asked the girl to leave. Then she looked at Yun Nuashing curiously. Mei Mao turned around. When Yuan she saw her like this, he quickly introduced, "This is Yun Nuashing." Shui. Er's curse was lifted by his help. Xiao, you can call him Nuashing. You don't have to treat him as an outsider. Shui, Er's curse was lifted. Yu Xiao was stunned. Then she smiled happily and said to Yun Nuashing, "Brother Nuashing, you are really a genius." Back then, the elders went to see Shui, but no one could lift her curse. I didn't expect that you would lift it. I was just lucky. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he waved his hand and didn't say anything. He looked at her and said, "This time, I came to the Immortal Stone Square to ask you something. Please say, if I know something, I will not hide it." Yu Xiao nodded. Her magnetic voice sounded softly. Seeing that she agreed, Yun Nuashing directly took out the black stone and carefully put it on the ground. Then he looked at Yu Xiao's surprised expression and told her the purpose of his visit. This black stone was indeed found by the Yu family. I took one of them on a tour in order to unlock the secret of this black stone. After listening, Yu Shao nodded and said, "This black stone has been cut open. There is an ancient text inside. However, we asked some ancient scholars to look at it, but they didn't have any clue. Can you show it to me?" When Yun Nuashing heard this, he laughed secretly. It was the language of the gods. In the world, except for him, only Lan Xiner could recognize this language. "Of course, there is no problem." Yu Shao nodded. She stood up and led them to the small attic. The black stone was now placed in the attic for the world's geniuses to see and wait for someone to decipher it. The inside of the pavilion was more like a tea house. In the hall on the first floor, there were many people drinking tea and discussing the Tao. If one looked carefully, they would realize that the people present were all people with brains. Those who could stay here were not people with simple identities. The hall was facing the small lake. The scenery was very pleasant. On the terrace of the hall, there were several strange stones. The one in the middle was a little different. It was a pure black stone, shaped like an arrow. Next to it, there was a similar stone. It seemed that the two stones were from the same stone, but they were cut open. On the surface of one of the stones, there was a strange symbol engraved on it. However, these stones were covered by a curtain, as if it was not time to open yet. Why hasn't the goddess of the Yu family appeared yet? Was she injured in the Lihuan city and is now recuperating in seclusion? Sigh, I came here with the idea of seeing the goddess. If I can't see her, it will be a pity. Coming to the Sea King city at this time, I'm afraid it's not as simple as just traveling. In my opinion, the Yu family is also here for the Tana's water god temple. That magical place has attracted the attention of many strong cultivators. Do you think the divine body of Na Ling will come here? The divine body of Na Ling only needs to constantly absorb energy to cultivate. Even the condensation of elements is very easy. She will most likely come to a place like the Tana's water god temple, right? Everyone was guessing. Their eyes were faintly looking at the second floor. They were all hoping that the fairy in their hearts would come out and show her face so that she could respond to their expectations. And when they were discussing, they inexplicably discussed Yun Nuashing. Hey, now that the divine body of Na Ling is being watched by the whole world, it is impossible for her to come out. If she comes out, I will personally take her origin. Hearing these arrogant words, everyone was stunned and quickly turned their eyes. They could not help but be stunned when they saw that the person who spoke was a man in black. With the strength of the people present, they could naturally see the cultivation of this man. He was an expert of the half-demon level. To reach this level at such a young age, he was already considered a talent of his generation. Are you so confident that you can take down the divine body of Na Ling? In the past, the Qi family tried to take him down, but he escaped. How can you take him down? However, although he was talented, not many people were optimistic about him. The battle between the divine body of Na Ling and the Qi family in the divine sky city had spread throughout the 5 regions. Almost everyone knew about it. The divine body of Na Ling can't do it. Hearing this, the man sneered and said, "Since ancient times there have been a total of 8 divine bodies of Na Ling, but none of them have reached the level of great accomplishment. This 9th generation can't do it either. He can only be a stepping stone under my feet." Moreover, in the past, the divine body of Na Ling did fight with the Qi family, but in the end, the divine body of Na Ling fled. What ability does a person who only knows how to run have? He only has an invincible body. After saying this, the man sneered again. The news spread by the Qi family was more or less glorifying themselves, and the people who saw it that day couldn't tell the truth out of consideration for the Qi family's reputation. As the rumors spread, it became more and more ridiculous. Just as the crowd was about to continue their discussion, a voice that was like the sound of nature was gently transmitted into everyone's hearts, tugging at their heartstrings. It had a strange magical power. Yu Shao, who was the focus of everyone's attention, finally slowly walked into the hall from the second floor. She wore a half mask on her pretty face, giving her an extremely mysterious appearance. Until she spoke softly, many people woke up from their daze and heard what she said. The Yu family had displayed a few stones for everyone to comment on, especially the black stone. If anyone could decipher it, the Yu family would reward them handsomely. As for Yun Nuashing and the others, they took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was focused on Yu Xiao and quickly slipped down from the second floor. It would be fun if they were discovered. Under Yu Xiao's signal, a few white-clothed girls who were originally standing beside the stones pulled down the curtain. Many people gathered around to observe the stones, wanting to understand what was going on. The man in black, who was standing at the front, looked at the black stone and smiled faintly. He said, "Fairies of the Yu family, if I can decipher the words on the black stone, what is the reward? We can satisfy some of your wishes, but not too much." The white-clothed young girls softly replied, startling everyone. What if his wish was to annihilate a certain family? What would they do? "I wonder if this wish includes your divine lady?" The man in black laughed evilly and looked at the graceful figure on the second floor. "Is this guy here to cause trouble? Does he want to die?" "The divine lady will not marry outside the family. The Yu family will not agree to this condition." Many people looked at the black-clothed man with murderous eyes, but the latter acted as if he didn't see them. He just stared at Yu Xiao, who was on the second floor, and then looked at the girls in white in front of him. The girls were not angry and just shook their heads faintly. "Yuan Shi, your wife is in danger," Yun Nuashing laughed and said as she nudged Yuan Shi, whose face had turned black. Hearing this, Yuan Shi's face twitched. She forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart and glared fiercely at the man in black. She clenched her fists and said angrily, "Damn it, give me a choice, and that is to beat him up. How dare he steal my wife? Does he not want to live anymore? However, I really know what the words on the stone are. Is there no room for discussion?" The man in black did not give up and smiled faintly. Many people wanted to leave a shoe print on his face. Yu Xiao glanced at him and did not say anything. She turned around and left. Many people laughed. Looking at her, it was obvious that she was not interested in men. How boring. When the man saw this, he snorted lightly. He flung his sleeves and left without looking back. The people behind him were unwilling to let him go and started shouting. "Hey, kid, don't you know what the words mean? Why did you leave without saying anything? He is still thinking about the divine lady. He must be crazy." Yun Nuashing looked at the man leaving. Her evil spirit eye was activated involuntarily. She took a look and her body trembled. Everyone was a little surprised. "Little star." Zian pulled his sleeve, not knowing what happened. Yuan, she also looked over curiously. "That guy, he really knows what the words mean," Yun Nuashing frowned. The second stage of the evil spirit I saw through his thoughts. He clearly saw that he was thinking about the word Tian. Moreover, through his own eyes, he clearly saw that it was the word Tian written by the gods. "Soul family? I didn't think that there would be someone who knows these words," Yin Nuashing murmured. Through that person's memory, he saw the power he belonged to. This made everyone stunned. They were at a loss. Obviously, they had never heard of this family. "Brother Yuan Shi, you guys come up. I have asked someone to bring the black stone." Suddenly, Yu Xiao transmitted his voice to them, which made Yun Nuashing slightly happy. He hated crowded places the most. Okay. Chapter 309. In a small room in the attic, several people were surrounding the arrow-shaped black stone. Yu Xiao sat next to Yuan Shi and looked at Yun Nuashing curiously. Yun Nuashing's mouth was wide open, and she had a look of disbelief on her face. Is this really the Kanagami language? Yuan she couldn't help but ask as he touched the black stone. When they had just arrived, Yun Nuashing had said the word out loud. Both of them were stunned. The mythological era, the era that had disappeared from the gods' world, still had some traces left behind. I just didn't expect that other than me and Brother Nuashing, there would be someone else who could recognize the Kanagami language. Lon Xen who was sitting back to back with Yun Nuashing, said with a sigh. At the beginning, she had thought that only she and Yun Nuashing knew the Kanagami language. She had a feeling that they were old friends. She didn't expect that there would be another family that could recognize the language. She didn't know what to say. Yuan Shi, who was next to her, opened his mouth wide again. He stared at Lon Xan for a long time before he said, "Are you from the mythological era?" It was no wonder that he was so surprised that his mouth was about to dislocate. In the past 6 months, he didn't know anything about this mysterious figure. The two of them didn't talk much. After all, they didn't have much interaction. It wasn't wrong to say that they had accompanied each other for a long time. Today, when he heard Lon Xan say this, he suddenly felt dizzy. Yu Xiao also felt that it was a little unreal. That era that had turned into ashes, that era that had already disappeared without a trace, had actually pulled out a person today? What the F asterisk CK? This was what Yu Xiao and Yuan Shi were thinking at this moment. Even though they had good temperaments, they still didn't come back to their senses for a long time. They stared blankly at Black Stone and Lon Xen speechless for a long time. That's why I recognize this language. I also feel that it's very strange, Yun Nuashing said as she spread out her hands. Brother Nuashing, you have the blood of the gods in your body. It's not surprising that you can recognize the Kanagami language, Lon Xen said helplessly as she bumped his shoulder with her head. Gulp! When Yuan Shi heard this, he swallowed hard and stared at Yun Nuashing, who had spread out her hands helplessly. What's going on? Blood of the gods? Descendant of gods? Why did he suddenly feel that his brother was a little too mysterious? Receiving godly divine body and descendant of gods? Nuashing. Yuan Shi opened her mouth to speak, but found that she couldn't say anything. Yu's face's head, Yun Nuashing's SS and hers eyes. Yu Xiao touched her dizzy head and calmed down after a long time. She blinked her Mei-Mao and suddenly smiled brightly. She looked at Yun Nuashing and said, I wonder if little brother Nuashing is interested in marrying into the Yu family? When the others heard this, they were all stunned. Before Yun Nuashing could react, Xian frowned as if she was afraid that Yun Nuashing would be taken away. She hugged him and stared at Yu Xiao, saying no. When she did this, the others were stunned again. Yuan, she couldn't help but pat Yu Xiao's head and smile helplessly, saying, Xiao Xiao, don't mess around. Sister-in-law will be unhappy. When she heard this, Yu Xiao's face turned red and she stuck out her tongue. She looked at the two and said apologetically, Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I didn't know about this. Don't be silly. Yun Nuashing's face turned red. He turned his head and pretended that he didn't see anything. He didn't say anything, as if he was admitting it. However, looking at his expression, he seemed a little helpless. For a moment, Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao couldn't understand what this guy was thinking. Haha, in fact, if you were in other forces, there would be a lot of people fighting over little brother Nuashing. The descendant of gods is said to be born to become gods. The blood of gods is even a priceless treasure. Yu Xiao smiled and explained, I have a feeling that once the news gets out, someone will capture me and make me into medicine. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. God's blood could bring the dead back to life. It could also prolong one's life. It was an excellent material for refining medicine. If this news were to spread, it would be like a human-shaped elixir being spread to the outside world. It would definitely turn the world upside down. In the era where the gods did not appear, the descendants of the gods were a bunch of divine treasures. Let's not talk about this. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and laughed dryly, saying, Let's see what the relationship between these two stones is. After saying that, he took out the 1-meter-tall black stone and placed it together with the arrowhead. Everyone hurriedly gathered around to take a look. They were also very curious about the origins of these two stones with kamikaze characters on them. When the black stones appeared, the two stones shone together, as if they were breathing rhythmically and resonating with each other. The two words on the stone were also shining at this moment. A strange energy slowly spread out. The others didn't feel anything, but when it fell into the senses of Yun Nuashing and Lan Shiner, their hearts suddenly twitched. Buzz. There was a slight buzzing sound, and the two black stones suddenly bloomed with a bright light that enveloped the entire room. However, what was surprising was that this light was a pitch-black color. It was so dark that nothing could be seen. In this darkness, there was a faint light that flickered. Yun Nuashing was no stranger to this dark, yet bright color. It was circulating in his body repeatedly, as if it was evolving into a galaxy. It was the power of the stars. No, it should be said that it was the power of the stars that connected a galaxy. Buzz! The buzzing sound dissipated, and the bright light caused everyone to quickly close their eyes. After a long time, they felt that the light had disappeared. They quickly opened their eyes, but were stunned for a moment. This is a galaxy. The surroundings were pitch black, but there were endless stars twinkling in the distance. The few of them floated in this dark space and felt that their bodies were light. They were no longer bound by gravity, but miraculously there was air to breathe. Subconsciously, they touched the wall that was supposed to be on their right, but they touched nothing. Even when they stretched out their arms, they still couldn't touch the wall that was close to them. It was as if they were really in a galaxy, which made them a little stunned. Yuan Shi subconsciously grabbed Yu Shao and took a breath. He was stunned for a moment and said, "This is indeed a galaxy and there is no gravity. However, why is there air?" "I don't know either." Yun Nuashing grabbed the three girls so that they wouldn't be separated. He smiled bitterly. "Brother, you are really lucky. You are so lucky." Yuan, she looked at him. Although it was inappropriate, he couldn't help but tease him. "Get lost." Yun Nuashing shook his head weakly. Then he turned his head and looked at the two black stones that were floating not far away. He frowned. At this time, the two black rocks were revolving around an invisible point. The two words were reflected from the inside of the rocks. Even the thick rock walls couldn't block them. The light directly penetrated through and manifested in this strange star field. The four words were shining brightly. Sealed heaven and earth? Yun Nuashing was stunned. The last two words were a little dim. The first two words were reflected by the two black stones floating in front of him. He didn't know what it was, but he knew that it should be a place. "Have you heard of this place?" Yun Nuashing asked as he scratched his head. However, they all shook their heads. Obviously, they didn't know. After all, so many eras had passed. Any place should have turned into ashes or changed greatly. However, even Lan Shiner, who was born in the mythological era, hadn't heard of it. There are no ancient books about the mythological era. Even the Yu family, which is only one era away, has no information about the mythological era. Yu Shao thought for a long time and shook his head, helplessly. Although the Yu family and the other families were called the 8 ancient families, they were actually families that had risen since the remote antiquity era. Because their ancestors had godlike existences, they had the inheritance of godlike existences that had been passed down until now. After all, that era disappeared too completely. The ancestor of the Yu family, who became a seer in his later years, once explored the mythological era. He tried to find the history of the gods. In the end, he suffered a backlash and almost died. There was no result. Yu Shao said softly, "The search was fruitless. Even a seer can't go against the current to find the history." Did the mythological era really disappear so completely? Hearing this, Yun Nuashing sighed heavily. The last sentence was said very softly. Even the 3 women on top of him couldn't hear what he said. Looking at the 2 black stones, he suddenly seemed to see a blurry shadow. He couldn't help but be stunned. No, there are some other words. Yun Nuashing suddenly opened his evil spirit eye. A purple gold array appeared. This was the sign that he had activated his evil spirit eye to the extreme. Other words, everyone was stunned. They didn't see anything. Just as they were about to ask, they saw him like this. They held their breaths and stared at him, not daring to breathe. Yun Nuashing stared intently at those 4 words. His originally small eyes were now wide open. A moment later, those 4 words sealed heaven and earth became blurry. After swaying for a while, the 4 balls of light merged together and then slowly separated. They once again turned into 4 new words. When they stabilized and became clear again, he opened his mouth and said those 4 words. Celestial God of Chaos. Celestial God. This celestial God wasn't a celestial God. It wasn't a celestial God of beginner God. Usually, those who could be given such a title were supreme beings who had stepped into the rebirth realm. They were gods, existences that surpass gods. They stood in the clouds and looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 lands. With a single thought, nothing in the world dared to disobey. Only those who had reached that level could use the title of Celestial God. Celestial God of Chaos? When they heard this, they were stunned. However, Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao were slightly stunned. They frowned and fell into deep thought. The 2 of them sat cross-legged in the starry sky. They seemed to have some impression of this name. Seeing them like this, Yun Nuashing and the others looked at each other. They wisely kept their mouths shut and looked at them quietly. They wanted to hear what secrets they had. After waiting for a few minutes, the 2 of them suddenly trembled. Their faces were filled with shock. They stared at Yun Nuashing as if they had seen a ghost. Together with Ziyi, who hadn't appeared for a long time, they spat out a sentence. The taboo celestial god of the primordial era. When he heard the voice that he hadn't heard for a long time, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He suddenly activated his soul power. His soul power churned in his mind and strengthened the connection between him and Ziyi. Although he had a lot to say, he had to see Ziyi first. Ziyi, you've been hiding from me for half a year. It's time for you to come out and meet me. Yun Nuashing directly rushed in front of the purple-clothed girl, rubbed her head with all his might, and said bitterly. However, when he saw that oval face that was even more bitter than him, he immediately lost his anger. Humph! Ziyi was stunned when he saw Yun Nuashing suddenly appear in front of him. The moment he heard the name, he had an opportunity to take advantage of it. He couldn't even seal himself. He could only snort and turn his face away. He didn't even look at him. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and sat cross-legged in front of her. Anyway, he had to make some things clear this time. The heavenly god of primal chaos, whose real name was Quarter Moon, was once the most outstanding hero of his time. He won every battle and fought his way to the realm of rebirth. He was like a comet that cut across the entire realm of the gods. There was no one who didn't know his name. However, one day he inexplicably died. Many records about him were quickly lost. In less than half a century, no one remembers this heavenly god anymore. If it weren't for the fact that the Yu family was left behind from the ancient era and had some ancient records, I'm afraid that even I wouldn't know about him, Yu Xiao said slowly. No one remembers him anymore? Yun Nuashing's hands trembled. Usually, people who had the strength to become gods were people whose names resounded throughout the world. They should be engraved in the hearts of the people. How could this heavenly god who dominated the 9 heavens and 10 earths be forgotten so easily? I've heard a little about him. The heavenly god of primal chaos and Quarter Moon's names can't be mentioned. After his death, it became an absolute secret in the ancient era. Some of the ancient great forces of the same generation kept their mouths shut as if they were afraid of something. Yuan, she added with a nod. Then, could these 2 black stones have been left behind by the heavenly god of primal chaos? Yun Nuashing rubbed the space between his brows and said, Maybe. Yuan Shi and Ziyi were a little uncertain. They looked at Yun Nuashing's puzzled expression and said with a wry smile, We're not too sure. Several eras have passed since the ancient era. Many ancient books have disappeared. Even the family's library doesn't have that many ancient books. If the family's elders hadn't mentioned it, we probably wouldn't have known about this. Moreover, after the elders finished speaking, they slapped themselves a few times in fear and said that they had said the wrong thing. They were very nervous and seemed unwilling to talk about it. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. How could it be so strange that they had to slap themselves when they spoke? It's not just the wrong thing. They can't talk about it at all. Forbidden heavenly God. Forbidden heavenly God. They already said that it's a taboo. How can they talk about it? This person is basically an existence that has been sealed away. Ye couldn't help but sigh at this time. Sealed away? Yun Nuashing didn't understand. Yi glared at him and pulled him into her arms. She ruthlessly ravaged him, making him suffer unspeakably. However, there was nothing she could say at this moment. Letting her vent her anger would be enough to end the Cold War. I was wrong, 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 I shouldn't have acted so indifferent. Yun Nuashing cried and apologized with all her might. Her two jade hands moved around his handsome face, making him feel pain and pleasure. Humph! Zi pursed her lips, and her mood unknowingly became much better. She also let go of Yun Nuashing and lightly opened her red lips, saying, Actually, I only know a little more than those two little dolls. Xianyu was the most legendary existence in the primeval age. His cultivation was extremely terrifying, and he was invincible in the world. He was born to be a king. However, the past of such a legendary figure was like a blank piece of paper. No one knew about his past. It was as if he had jumped out of a rock. Moreover, he disappeared without a trace in the middle of the primeval age. It was said that someone had seen him in the Ganyuan region, but there were no more records. From that day onwards, the primal chaos god no longer existed in the world. Even mentioning him would cause divine punishment. Heavenly punishment. Yun Nuashing was shocked. She didn't understand why the mention of a person's name would cause a heavenly punishment. Yes, but I don't know the exact reason. Zi nodded and said, Sealed heaven and earth, the heavenly god of primordial age. What's the connection between the two? Yun Nuashing sighed. Chapter 310. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing thought of something. He raised his head and couldn't help but ask, By the way, why would the gods of the far ancient era mention the words of the mythological era? As soon as this question came out, Yuan Shi and Yu Yueshao were stunned. They pondered for a long time, but shook their heads. It seemed that they didn't know either. In the quiet, starry sky, there was only a slight, buzzing sound slowly circulating. The few of them sat in the starry sky, looking at each other. No one said anything. The atmosphere here suddenly became stiff. After a long time, Yun Nuashing coughed and closed his evil spirit eye. The four words returned to their original state, suspended above the black stone. The faint brilliance looked a little strange. The palms separated the two resonating black stones, and as the black stones stopped resonating, a sudden gravitational force shrouded the few of them. The surrounding star field gradually blurred, but in a moment it returned to the original appearance of the room. The few of them didn't say much. Yun Nuashing didn't take the black stone away. After all, it was someone else's, and it wasn't good to take it away casually, even though Yuan Shi asked him to. When I collect the other two stones one day, I will come back to take this black stone. Yun Nuashing spread his hands and refused. Regarding this matter, everyone had a tacit understanding and didn't say anything more. Since it was a forbidden sky god, then there was no need to mention it again. Underwater ruins. The next day, Yu Xiao found Yun Nuashing and the others and wanted to invite him to a place, but when he heard about this place, he was a little confused. Well, it's under the Sea King city. It has been explored many times, but there is a place that can't be opened. Some people speculate that only the gods can enter in person, but such a person can't even be seen on normal days. A few years have passed and no one has been seen. Nuashing, you are a descendant of the gods, so maybe you can open it. Yu Xiao nodded and said, Who left the ruins? Yuanqi asked. It wasn't left by anyone. That place is the ruins of a city. It used to be a prosperous city, but it later sank to the bottom of the water. Yu Xiao paused and said, I also heard this from others. It's all rumors. The last time I passed by here, I didn't have time to check it out. An underwater city. Yun Nuashing opened his mouth and smiled bitterly. After thinking for a while, he agreed. He had nothing to do at this time anyway, and the Tana's water temple hadn't opened yet, so he took a walk and relax. The blue skies blue, the blue sky, and the sea surface, the sea blue and blue. The sea surface was so calm that it looked like a huge blue crystal. There was nothing as far as the eye could see. The sky and the sea, the vast space gave off a sense of relaxation. The cool seawater passed through the energy barrier. Yu Xiao and Yuan, she led the way in front. Several strands of immortal qi blended together, and the speed at which they dove could be said to be as fast as flying. As he dived deeper, the surrounding seawater became darker and darker. In just a few moments, the surroundings were pitch black. Sunlight could not penetrate the thick seawater. The dark scene was as if there was no light at all. It yun yan's hell ti yun hell, ti it, ti. After diving for a long time, it was unknown whether it was 10,000 meters or 100,000 meters. The energy shield even caved in a little. It was even on the verge of collapsing as it could not withstand the surrounding pressure. I heard the sound of eggs being cracked. Yun Nuashing's face twitched as she laughed dryly. The barrier in front of her was sunken, and there were even a few cracks. Why is it so deep? Yu Xiao was speechless. The energy shield that they had put up together was about to crack under the pressure of the deep water. Xiao, don't tell me you don't know. Yuan, she patted her head and couldn't help but ask. I've only heard about it. I didn't expect the distance to be so long. Yu Xiao laughed dryly. Black lines appeared on everyone's forehead. If this energy shield were to break apart, the huge water pressure would definitely crush them into meat patties. If this continues, the energy shield will be destroyed before we reach the bottom of the sea. Yun Nuashing put her hands on her hips and sighed in exasperation. Then she took out the Nethervoid sword, which flashed with a purplish black light. A vast amount of energy expanded into an energy shield and replaced the energy shield that was about to break apart. Let's go, let's speed up. Yun Nuashing chuckled and took out the golden chains again. She waved her hands and tied the few of them to her side. Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao were stunned. They didn't know what was going on. However, Zian wisely hugged Yun Nuashing tightly. Ming also grabbed onto him tightly. Lan Shiner retreated back into the sky piercer. They all knew what was going to happen next. Yun Nuashing laughed loudly. Dazzling golden light elements surged out from her body. In this boundless dark place, a dazzling golden star suddenly appeared and lit up the surrounding 1,000 meters. Let's go. Condensing all the light elements on his body, Yun Nuashing glanced down, then turned back to look at Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao, who were puzzled. With a sly smile, his figure flashed, and he directly rushed down into the pitch-black darkness with the others. Wait. Slow down. In the deep sea, a dazzling golden light streaked across, bringing with it 2 terrified screams that echoed for a long time. 10 seconds later, the dazzling golden light stopped. Yun Nuashing looked at the bottom of the sea that suddenly lit up. She was a little surprised. She saw an underwater city. The architectural style was unusually ancient. It was 1,000 miles under the sea, but it wasn't crushed by the huge water pressure. The underwater city was a complete circle. She could vaguely see the layout of the city in the past. The crisscrossing roads divided the city into different districts. In the center of the ruins was an ancient square. Starting from the square, for roads led to the north, south, east, and west. In the center of the square stood a tall tower. The streets radiated out from the tower in a radiating pattern. The tower had complicated relief patterns on it. Blurg. Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao supported each other and retched. The sudden acceleration just now had turned their minds and stomachs upside down. A feeling of nausea welled up in their hearts. Spit it out. You'll feel better after you spit it out. Patting the shoulders of the two, Yin Nuashing looked ahead and said the words that she had said several times. It made them want to raise their middle fingers. Nuashing, you can't drive at light speed like this. Yuan, she patted his chest. He still felt that his vision was a little blurry and his chest was stuffy. We haven't reached light speed yet. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at him and said indifferently. The multicolored patterns on his arm flickered, and the Fengtian halberd appeared in a flash. An aqua-blue figure appeared. Lan Xan, who realized that she had stopped, looked down at the slightly lit ancient city. Her eyes immediately widened, and her voice carried a bit of shock. This is Rain Country. What? The few of them were stunned. They all knew that Lan Xan was from the mythological era. This underwater ruin was actually the country of that era. Rain Country? There's no mistake. I've been here a few times. Moreover, this architectural style can be recognized at a glance. Lan Xaner nodded. Suddenly, she frowned and muttered, "How did the former Rain Country come to this place?" Hearing this, the few of them were a little confused. Rain Country was the country where Tana's water god temple was located. Logically speaking, there was still a long distance between here and Tana's water god temple. How did Rain Country sink here, and Tana's water god temple was so far away? Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and turned her head to look at Yu Xiao, whose face was a little pale, and said, "Cough, let's not talk about this for now. Xiao, bring us to that place first. I can't support this barrier for a long time." Touching her dizzy head, Yu Xiao nodded. She thought for a while and pointed at the huge tower in the center of the plaza. She said, "It should be that tower. I've heard those people mention it before." Yun Nuashing nodded. With a flash of light element, she led the group and rushed over, bringing along another 2 terrified screams. In this dark and boundless seabed, it was very horrifying. Just as they entered Rain Country, Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Looking at the buildings, she blinked suspiciously. Then, under the shocked and confused gazes of the few people, she dispersed the barrier supported by the Netherworld Ruined Sword. Yes, everyone hurriedly spoke. At the same time, the energy in their bodies started to circulate. But before they could say anything, they were also stunned. Because here there was actually air. A huge barrier enveloped the whole Rain Country, and the black seawater was isolated outside. The inside of Rain Country was like a world of its own without any seawater. Rain Country was very quiet, without any sound. The surrounding buildings were a little dilapidated. Debris fell to the side, and the roofs of the buildings were lifted. There were also cracks in the streets, but looking at the traces, it seemed to have been added recently. This is Rain Country's great protective array. I didn't think that after so many years, it would still be in use. After such a long time, even the immortals would have passed away, Lan Exa said as she looked at the barrier. The few people nodded in agreement. The mythological era, even if it was the end of the mythological era, was a full 98 eras from the present. Even the immortals couldn't have lived for such a long time. It was unknown why this country that had been hidden under the water had lasted for so many years and had survived until today. Yun Nuashing looked at the towering tower. Beside the central plaza, there was a huge hole that was very discordant. There wasn't even a floor left, as if it had been hollowed out. And this place should be where the Tanasi Water God Temple used to be, but for some reason, it had fallen off. Walking slowly on the streets, the few of them curiously looked at this country that had been built a few eras ago. Every building revealed an ancient feeling, but they were unusually new, without any trace of time. Rather than saying that it was a creation from a few eras ago, it would be better to say that it was a retro building that had just been built not long ago. Walking along the main road in the south They went all the way to the huge tower in the middle of the plaza. Yun Nuashing kept looking up, scanning the tower inch by inch. From the complicated patterns, she could tell that they were some strange beasts, but they were all auspicious divine beasts or great ferocious beasts. They belonged to the kind that only existed in the world, such as the white tiger, phoenix, tautai, swan and eye, and so on. They were all unique in the whole great origin realm, and when they were carved together on the huge tower, they looked half divine and half ferocious. Everyone could tell, but they couldn't quite understand. They asked Lan Shiner, but she didn't know much either. After all, she was only 18 years old when she was sealed, and there were many things that she didn't understand clearly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was ignorant. The other buildings in the ancient country had been turned upside down. Through the courtyards, they could see some traces of barbaric destruction. In one of the courtyards, even the ground had been dug up. It was a true interpretation of what it meant to dig 3 feet into the ground. It wasn't hard to imagine that a group of people had gone on a rampage here, taking away all the treasures they saw. None of the buildings were spared, and the only one that was intact was the tall tower in the middle. This was because at the entrance, there was a water blue barrier that prevented all objects from entering. Yun Nuashing stopped in her tracks and looked at a small alley on the right. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the few people, she walked over, squatted on the ground, and picked up an ice-blue fragment. The fragment was only the size of a palm. It looked like it was made of ice crystals, but it also looked like a kind of metal. It was very cold to the touch, and it even made Yun Nuashing's palm tingle a little. There was an inexplicable energy flowing in it. "What is this?" Xian and the others came up and asked. Yun Nuashing put the fragment in her palm and stretched it out for them to see clearly. However, no one could tell what it was. When they touched it, they felt that it was so cold that even their blood was about to freeze. After looking at it suspiciously, Yun Nuashing carefully put it away. Things left behind in the mythological era were not ordinary things. They might be of great use in the future. Chapter 311. Yun Nuashing stood at the bottom of the 1,000-feet-tall tower. She tilted her head 90 degrees and slowly lowered it. She looked at the 10-feet-tall door in front of her. The icy blue energy barrier flowed with a pale white luster, and it emitted a bit of cold air. Even from 10 meters away, they could feel a gust of cold air blowing on their bodies, causing them to hurriedly pull their clothes together. Even immortal Qi couldn't block this cold. "This is it." Yu Xiao led them to the door. Her delicate hand gently touched the barrier, but it was as if she had touched a block of ice. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't enter. It's said that a divine underworld expert couldn't break through it with an all-out attack, and the tower's body was bombarded by someone before, but it didn't even shake a bit. Just as Yu Xiao finished speaking, she saw that her delicate hand was covered with a layer of ice. She hurriedly pulled her hand back, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull it back. That layer of ice seemed to have embedded her hand into the barrier. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Yuan, she directly rushed up, wanting to punch the ice block, but he was afraid of hurting Yu Xiao. He hurriedly took out a palm-sized stove, spat out a few wisps of fire, and adhered them to the layer of ice on her hand. Ka-ka! That wisp of fire didn't melt the layer of ice. Instead, it was frozen by the extremely low temperature, instantly forming a few flaming ice balls. It was very beautiful. F***ck. Yuan, she was dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open, and he didn't know what to say. That was a demonic, grade Dharma artifact. Yuan Qian had refined it for him to carry on the road for self-defense. How could it not even melt a piece of ice? While he was in a daze, the ice had already spread down that slender arm, and even the internal blood vessels and meridians were all frozen. Yu Xiao was so scared that her pretty face turned pale. Even the immortal qi circulating in her body was a bit sluggish. Yun Nuashing stepped forward in time. Purple flames wrapped his palm, and he grabbed that soft jade arm. The purple night dark flame seeped in and wrapped around half of Yu Zhao's arm. Although this ice was a bit strange and could even freeze the flames of an artifact, the purple night dark flame was a majestic divine flame. No matter how strange the ice was, it could melt it. The thin layer of ice also turned into white gas and dissipated in an instant. Xiao Xiao, are you all right? Seeing that Yun Nuashing was easily resolved, Yuan, she hurriedly grabbed Yu Zhao's jade-like arm and rubbed it. He couldn't help but ask, "I'm fine." Yu Zhao's pretty face reddened. She gently withdrew her hand and shook her head. "Be careful. Things left behind from the mythological era aren't simple. If you're not careful, you'll fall for it." Yun Nuashing glanced at her as she dissolved the thin layer of ice. Looking at the icy blue barrier, Yun Nuashing placed her palm on it. A thin layer of ice immediately crept up her jade-white palm. He glanced at his palm, and with a thought, the purple night dark flame started burning in his body. Soon, it was restored to its original state. Tilting her head, Yun Nuashing bit open her index finger. Pale, golden blood flowed out from the tip of her finger and gently wiped it across the barrier. This time the blood did not freeze. Instead, it tore open a crack in the barrier, and she could vaguely see the situation inside the giant tower. It's effective as expected. Seeing this, the few of them were delighted. Without needing them to say anything, Yun Nuashing waved her finger. The pale golden blood tore open the barrier silently. A 2-meter-tall door was drawn on the barrier. Then, with a gentle push, the broken barrier was pushed open, directly opening a hole. "Let's go in and see what's inside." Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. She waved at the few of them and took the lead to walk in. In our era, the tall tower was a symbol of a country's status. The more complicated the tower, the higher the status of the country. Don't look down on the Tower of Rain Country, which is only 3,000 meters tall. In our fairy country, the tower is only 300 meters tall. Moreover, the strange beasts carved on it are some heavenly rocks and golden beasts. They are not qualified to carve divine beasts such as azure dragon, white tiger, and so on. On the way, Lan Shiner explained the distant mythological era to the few of them. If a force has an underworld king, it is a quasi-first-rate force. If it has an underworld emperor, it is considered a first-rate force. If it has an elite of the great heavenly cycle reincarnation, it is considered a transcendental force. Great heavenly cycle reincarnation, reincarnation realm. Everyone was stunned as they recalled what Yuan Shao had said. Reincarnation realm. Did they change their name? Lan Shiner was also stunned for a moment. Then she nodded and said, "At that time, heavenly cycle, reincarnation realm elites were not rare. It is not wrong to say that there were elites of the reincarnation realm in every country. Elites of that level were earth-shattering when they fought. If they were placed in any transcendental force or country, they would be treated as guests of honor. Reincarnation realm elites were not rare." The few of them opened their mouths wide. In the current era, they did not even see a ghost. Except for Yun Nuashing, who had a godlike younger sister, the few of them did not seem to have such an elite behind them. In the current era, there are no godlike beings. Lan Shiner could not help but ask when she saw their shocked expressions. The few of them sighed and nodded. "Yuan," she said, slowly. Although the Yuan family had an elite of the reincarnation realm in their ancestors, it has been many eras since such an elite appeared. Even my father is only at the Emperor God realm. He has been stagnant for many years. The Yu family is about the same." Yu Shao nodded and said, "The other 7 families are the same. However, although no one has entered the reincarnation realm, each family has the power to shock the world. The things left behind by their ancestors are enough to ensure the status of each family in the world of the gods. What did they leave behind that is so powerful?" Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. At that moment, he had to guard against the Qi family. He wanted to know more about them. Divine, spiritual weapons. However, when he heard this, his jaw twitched. Then he smiled bitterly. This was indeed a good choice. In the long river of time, humans had a relatively short time. Even godlike beings would pass away one day. Weapons, ancient scriptures, cultivation techniques, mysterious spell formations, and other similar items could be passed down forever. Divine spirit weapons are also known as eternal divine weapons. With a divine spirit weapon, one can create a transcendent force or even an immortal divine kingdom. Although there are different levels of eternal divine weapons, once you have one, you can go anywhere in the world, Lon Exine said. So, I can create a great sect that has been passed down for generations. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but touch his chest. He immediately thought of the whirlpool zither. That was also a divine spiritual weapon, but it was a higher level godhead weapon. It contained the godhead of the god of music. Of course, this thought flashed through his mind. After all, the whirlpool zither was given to him by Xian Yin to protect himself. Moreover, it could only be used 3 times. After 3 times, it would be sealed. He could only use it again when he reached the initial divine level. In the mythological era, fights between gods and spirits happened all the time. Sometimes they were driven by the gods themselves, and sometimes they were driven by a big country. Every time, it was as if a big area was going to be torn apart. I saw my father use it once when he fought against someone, and it almost tore an area in half. It was very scary, Lon Exana said with a lingering fear. Most of the battles between the gods took place in the outer realms. Otherwise, the world of the gods would be torn apart. Moreover, at that time there were many strong cultivators from the outer realms who came to the world of the gods. People from the lower realms? Everyone was stunned. They knew that people from the upper realms could go to the lower realms, but how did people from the lower realms reach the upper realms? The Great Yuan realm was divided into 8 realms, which were 8 huge starry seas. Each realm was divided into countless planes. On the time axis, the same plane was a different world. In this way, in the whole Great Thousand World, there were countless big and small worlds, high and low planes. However, no matter how the Great Yuan realm was divided, the 8 realms had reached the peak of the primordial realm. The world of the gods was the highest plane. It could be said that it truly stood at the top of the world. Crossing between planes was usually from the lower realms to the upper realms. Of course, there was also the reverse. Once one could cross planes, it meant that one had the power to travel between planes. However, crossing between realms of the primordial realm was extremely difficult, not to mention crossing from the lower realms to the upper realms. Even crossing from the upper realms to the lower realms was a little troublesome. At least Yun Nuashing and the others could not do it now. Well, people from the lower realms also appeared in the world of the gods during the age of mythology, but no one knew how they came up. After seeing so many of them, we became accustomed to it. But now it seems that there are no such people? At the end of her words, Lon Sheener blinked her bright Maymao and looked at Yun Nuashing and the others. Well, I have not heard of them at all. Yun Nuashing and the others nodded. Up until now, they had not seen a single person from the lower realms. Of course, this was just because they had not seen them. It was said that there were indeed forces founded by people from the lower realms in some areas, but they had not seen them. Those who can cross from the lower realms to the upper realms are all people with amazing talents and great opportunities. One of the patriarchs of the Yu family once saved a person from the lower realms. Later on, that person seemed to have made a name for himself in the world of the gods. Yu Xiao said after pondering for a long time. Something like that. Lon Sheener nodded and said, According to my father and the others, the world of the gods is above the clouds. People from the lower realms, no matter how glorious and powerful they were, are no different from ordinary people. Moreover, people from the 3 elements realm have also come here. That is the mortal realm. I can't figure out how they crossed 5 elements realms to come here. Most of the 3 elements realms were ordinary worlds. although there were countless worlds because they could not cultivate, they were all ordinary worlds. However, things always move in the opposite direction. Not all the people in the three elements realms were ordinary. There were some worlds where people could cultivate because of the mutation, and there were earth-shaking people. However, no one knew whether these people had come to the world of the gods. It was said that some of the customs of the world of the gods were similar to those of the three elements realms. My father would look up at the starry sky every night and murmur, "One day I also want to go to the lower realms to see the different worlds and the collision of different civilizations. I want to see what kind of fireworks will splash out." However, in the end, my father did not take that step, and then I was sealed. Lon Sheener sighed, and Mei Mao was a little gloomy. At this point, Yun Nuashing, Xian, and Ming were stunned for a moment. They looked at each other at the same time and then turned away, silently. Speaking of the lower realms, they all remembered the diary written by Tsangyan Liuxing, which mentioned the lower realms. The leisurely and peaceful life there made them feel a little emotional. At that time, they had even said that it would be great if they could go there and see it. I don't know if there will be such a day. The three of them smiled faintly. Thinking of the various things in the diary, they showed a little yearning. Anyway, back to the topic. After laughing for a while, Yun Nuashing looked around and said, "This pagoda is really empty. Besides the stairs, is there nothing else?" Lon Sheener was stunned. After thinking for a while, she said, "If there is anything, it is only at the top of the pagoda." At that time, the pagoda was actually like a palace. Most people used it to live in. Although it was a symbol of status, it could also be used as a military fortress. When everyone heard this, they smiled bitterly. Without further delay, they walked directly toward the top of the pagoda. Chapter 312. The spiraling staircase led them to the top of the pagoda. The distance of 3,000 feet made them run at full speed. They didn't know how many rounds they took before they finally stopped in front of a golden door. At the top of the pagoda, there was a spacious hall that emitted an ancient aura. The floor was as clear as a mirror, without a speck of dust. Creak! With a soft sound, Yun Nuashing slowly pushed the door open, and everyone walked in slowly. In the hall, there were many bookshelves that were placed neatly, but books were scattered all over the floor. The floor was covered with a layer of books, and there were even a few piles of books. It looked very messy. In the hall, dozens of flames of different colors were dancing and spiraling. Under the interweaving of the colorful flames, it seemed a little dreamy. Their footsteps landed lightly on the floor without any sound. Their eyes slowly swept across the hall. Looking at the thousands of books, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that the mythological era had already disappeared without a trace, and even the history had turned into ashes. Not a single person knew what had happened during the mythological era, and Rain Country was a country from the mythological era. The books from that time recorded the history of the mythological era, would most likely be the history of that vanished era. These are all books from the mythological era. They felt a little thirsty. Looking at the pile of books in the middle, they felt dizzy and felt a little unreal. If the situation here was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The books here recorded all kinds of secrets of the mythological era. To the whole immortal realm, they were priceless treasures. Maybe they could even find the reason why the mythological era lasted for 2 eras. Randomly picking up a book, Yuan, she took a look. Then his eyes widened, and he said with a bitter smile, "Even if we get the books from the mythological era, we won't be able to understand them. It's equivalent to nothing." Hearing that, Xian also picked up a book. Her lily-white hand gently stroked the dusty cover, and she said with a smile, "Little Star and Sister Exeter are here. Are you afraid that they won't be able to understand?" After they finished speaking, they looked at Yun Nuashing and Lon Exeter. The two of them shuddered when they saw the green light in their eyes. They quickly took 2 steps back, and Lon Exen hid behind Yun Nuashing. "Little girl, it's fine if you treat us as translation machines, but Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. She looked at the mountainous pile of books and swallowed her saliva. There are so many books. If we translate them, you will kill us, Brother Nuashing. I haven't mastered the language yet. I'll leave the great task of benefiting mankind to you. Lan Xan glanced at Yun Nuashing cautiously. Then she hurriedly tried to crawl into his arm. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's face twitched. Seeing her expression, he couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. With a thought, he cut off the connection between his body and the outside world, allowing Lan Xan to pass through his arm. I say, little girl, do you want to tire me to death? Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly. He pretended to knock her and said, There's no need to translate them all in one go. There are so many books. We can't finish reading them all in one go. Just pick a few and keep the rest. Xian stuck out her tongue and smiled sweetly. Yun Nuashing and Lan Xan heaved a sigh of relief. Then they looked at the pile of books and felt like crying. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that the efficiency of these two people was a little low. There were thousands of ancient books here. However, crying was just crying. They looked at each other helplessly and smiled bitterly. Then they plunged into the pile of books and read the titles of the books one by one. Then they kept the books and looked for some information about the Tana's water god temple. After all, they would be going there soon. The Tana's water god temple belonged to Rain Country, so there should be some information left behind. At the side, Yuan Shi and the others saw that the two were sweating profusely. They didn't want to sit down. Looking at the messy pile of books on the ground, they hurriedly went over to tidy them up. Then they divided the books according to their volume. After all, they didn't know what the hell was written on the titles of the books. In the huge hall, the few of them buried their heads in their work. It was so quiet that only the sound of flipping books and the sighs of Yun Nuashing and Lan Xan could be heard from time to time. Soul Clan. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing saw a book and was stunned for a moment. She thought of the black-robed man she saw at the Celestial Stone Square. Her evil spirit eye saw through that man's mind and knew that he was from the Soul Clan. Moreover, he knew the language of the mythological era. But she didn't expect that this clan had also been passed down from the mythological era. It really has a long history. A clan from the mythological era, much older than the 8 great ancient clans. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but shake her head. She wasn't too surprised in her heart. After seeing the background of that man, she more or less guessed a little. She sighed and then slowly flipped through the book. The Soul Clan, from the middle of the mythological era, came into being in the 20th era of the Dayuan world. The clan was located in the central region of the Divine Prefecture and produced many talents. In the myriad god realm, there were few forces that could compare with them. The rise of this clan was inseparably related to a single person. The Soul God was the most outstanding person in the Soul Clan. He had a great reputation in the entire myriad god realm. He had been immersed in the study of the power of the soul all his life. The strength of his soul was unimaginable. On the day he transformed into a god, the boundary between the void plane and the present world became blurred. Endless souls manifested between heaven and earth. The vast power of the soul alarmed the powerhouses of the entire myriad god realm. It was said that he was praised by the first-generation great deity, which made his reputation even greater. His life was also spent in extreme glory. Originally, everyone thought that he would lead his family to a new peak. However, one day he disappeared without a trace, leaving behind such a large family. No one knew where he went. However, the disappearance of the Soul God didn't lead to the decline of the Soul Clan. They were still at the peak of the myriad god realm. A clan that had given birth to more than a dozen great heavenly cycles of reincarnation had already become a transcendent force that looked down on all living things. The 3 soul divine artifacts that the Soul God had lost became the clan's greatest regret. They couldn't find them back. Soul God. Yun Nuashing murmured softly and took a deep breath. She naturally knew that those who could be crowned with the title of deity were those who stood above the rebirth realm. Only those who had reached this level could be called deity. To her, a character of that level was completely unimaginable. When I have time, I should pay a visit to the Soul Clan. Slowly closing the book, Yin Nuashing rubbed her eyes and put the book away. She sighed. Since the Soul Clan had been passed down from the era of mythology, they definitely knew more things. Perhaps they knew everything about the War of the Gods, the Dusk of the Gods. The murals left behind by the Ashen Flame meteor only talked about the war, but didn't explain why it happened. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and took out the book again. Then she called Lan Xan over and showed her the book. I feel that something is a little strange. Everyone says that the era of mythology has disappeared without a trace and completely disappeared from the Deyuan realm. Why would so many things about the era of mythology suddenly appear? Yun Nuashing frowned. First, it was the ruins of the era of gods, then it was Rain Country and Tana's water god's temple. Now there was the Soul Clan, Lan Xen. Roughly flipped through the book and blinked at Mei Mao. Then she said, the Soul Clan, there was indeed such a clan at that time. They had as many powerful warriors as there were clouds in the sky. However, I don't know more about them. My father said that their rise only happened in a single day. Before the Soul God became famous, he had never heard of such a clan. As for why Brother Nuashing always sees things related to the era of mythology, I don't know either. Could it be related to bloodline? Lan Xian shrugged cutely. After all, Yun Nuashing had the blood of a god flowing in her veins. Although she didn't know which god it was, the factors hidden in her genes would always be passed down. It was an unchanging principle. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He rubbed his forehead. He couldn't figure it out. He just felt that it was very strange and abnormal. Entering the ruins of the era of gods, flipping through history, and seeing the people of the era of mythology, he always felt that there was something guiding him on this path. It made him search for things related to the era of mythology. He believed in fate, but he didn't think that it was fixed. However, at this moment, it seemed that this was the only way to explain it. Seeing that he was a little depressed, Lan Xan was a little worried. She was afraid that he would misunderstand. She put her delicate hand on his palm and said in a low voice, Brother Nuashing, don't think too much. If there is a road ahead, just go ahead. No matter what you see, you still have us by your side. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded. He took a deep breath and threw away those thoughts. Seeing this, Lan Xan nodded. She leaned on his back and started flipping through the books in front of her. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuashing quickly became serious. He stretched out his hand and sucked the books closer to him. Then he started flipping through them one by one. There were many books here, all of which were biographies of people. The people recorded were either gods, alchemy masters, charms masters, magic array masters, weapons masters, forging masters, or some unknown powerful forces or countries. However, there was also a bookcase that recorded all kinds of precious herbs and precious materials from the era of mythology. What surprised Yun Nuashing was that level 12 materials, such as the sun blood crystal, were also very rare materials in the era of mythology. They were in a state of being priceless. Even if people had them, they wouldn't be willing to sell them. Who would be willing to sell a material that was exclusive to the gods? As for the divine grade black crystal, it didn't appear many times in the era of mythology. At that time, even though there were many heaven meridian masters, not many people could find 1 or 2 pieces. The highest grade black crystal that appeared in the world was the divine grade black crystal. Divine Flames List. Yun Nuashing put away a book with his right hand and picked up another one with his left hand. He tiredly glanced at it. Just as he was about to put it away out of habit, he suddenly reacted and shouted. This caused the few people in the great hall to raise their heads and look over. Then they quickly gathered around. Everyone was very curious about this mysterious divine flame ranking. However, not many people had a complete layout of it. It had long been lost in history. The divine flames ranking records 150 of the most wondrous flames in the world. It could be a wisp of flame that comes from the heart of the earth, a wisp of fire that descends from the stars, a wisp of life that floats in the endless starry sky, or a flame that is condensed from a star. Every flame has the ability to destroy the world. The birth of every flame will bring disaster. Every flame on the ranking is unique. Once one is born, another will not be born. Yun Nuashing read out softly. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. They all clicked their tongues in praise. There were 150 kinds of divine flames that were born by the heavens and earth. Just thinking about it was frightening. None of the flames ranked from the 1st to the 20th on the divine flame list are written. However, in the next instant, just when everyone wanted to know the name of the first flame, they heard Yun Nuashing's helpless voice. They immediately rolled their eyes. TCH, it's not complete. Back then, I saw the complete divine flame list. Number 1. Z. Ye couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. However, in the next second, he was also stunned. How could I forget? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and muttered that it was unreliable. Then she looked at the flame that was ranked 21st and said, Divine Flames List, 21st, 10,000 illusory flame. Birthplace unknown. Effect unknown. Everyone raised their middle fingers. Uft. It's definitely something that the later generations made up. Otherwise, how could it be so unclear? Z. Ye couldn't help but laugh. Divine Flames List, 22nd, Sun Flame. Same as above. Unknown. Divine Flames List, 23rd, Moon Flame. Unknown. Divine Flames List, 24th, Dream Glass Flame. Unknown. Divine Flames List, 80th, Demon Prison Flame. Unknown. Divine Flames List, 90th, Purple Night Flame. Unknown. Buffed. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? This guy, he doesn't even know what effect I have. I wonder which tasteless guy wrote this. Z. Ye couldn't help but rebuke him when she heard his laughter. Haha. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh. The guy who wrote this book was really something. There was only a name, but no introduction. Tisk. Z rolled her eyes and said, Listen carefully. I, your big sister, can draw upon the power of the stars and display Z Ye's situation. What are you laughing at? This is the astral domain. It's not for decoration. Hearing Yun Nuashing's laughter, Z immediately felt unhappy and said angrily, I'm sorry. I didn't even stop laughing before you started talking. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing quickly covered her mouth and put on a serious expression. The purple night flame was born in the astral domain. When the 2 moons were in the sky, the power of the stars filled the sky. The tidal force between the moon and the earth condensed the power of the stars in the sky into a single point. After millions of years of condensing and compressing, a wisp of swaying purple flame was born. It was said that when the purple night flame descended, it would be like a desert with stars shining in the sky, regardless of day or night. The purple moon would always hang in the sky. Because it was born in the starry sky, when it was found, it had already developed its own intelligence and was very difficult to subdue. Of course, this purple night flame was an exception. It directly ran away with someone else. Okay, I haven't used it yet, hearing Ziya's explanation. Yun Nuashing smacked her lips and said with a smile, I'll try it when I have time. Humph. With your current strength, the purple night domain will collapse in an instant if you open it. Z laughed when she heard what Z said and secretly scolded her for overestimating herself. Yun Nuashing was stunned and laughed embarrassedly. She roughly flipped through the book. Other than the 1st to 20th divine flames, the rest were recorded. Only after the 100th divine flame was there an introduction to the flames. After reading the last type of flame, Yun Nuashing exclaimed in surprise. There were still dozens of long pages, but after flipping through it, there was nothing recorded. She felt that there was a problem with the binding. Forget it. Although she was a little curious, she was tired and didn't think much about it. She put it away and continued flipping through the book. Chapter 313. In such a huge library, even though the two of them kept flipping through the books, it was still a bit strenuous. After reading thousands of books, they felt like they didn't want to touch books again for the rest of their lives. Their eyes were already filled with stars, and they were almost foaming at the mouth. Surrounded by the stacked books, they simply wanted to vomit blood. In the end, after 3 full days, they finally emptied the library of books. During this period, they also saw records about the Devil Thunder List, Heavenly Treasure List, and Heavenly Weapon List, but most of them were incomplete, as if deliberately not written. Only the Heavenly Weapon List had a clear record, but there was no record of the Heavenly Weapon at the top, although Yun Nuashing knew that it was the Netherworld Sword. Brother Nuashing, I'll go, sleep for a while. Don't call me out if there's nothing important. When the last book was put away, Lon Sheener rubbed her dizzy head and directly plunged into the sky piercer in Yun Nuashing's body. Yun Nuashing waved his hand. His head was like a mass of paste that was constantly being stirred. He couldn't bear this kind of mental exhaustion. His vision turned black, and he directly fell to the ground and fainted. Seeing Yun Nuashing fall to the ground and sleep soundly, Xian felt a little heartache. In these 3 days, she had watched them flip through the books without a moment of rest. If the two of them didn't have good mental strength, they would probably be drowned by the pile of information. Flipping and reading for 3 consecutive days, who could bear it? Xian brought Ming to sit beside Yun Nuashing gently. She lifted his head and placed it on her soft thigh. Her jade finger lightly tapped on his mind, and a gentle soul force gently penetrated into his mind, eliminating the little bit of fatigue for him. Seeing this, Yuan Shi and Lon Sheener wisely didn't say anything. They also found a place to sit down and cultivate. In the spiritual world, Yun Nuashing felt a gentle force lingering around him. He was slightly stunned. The extremely familiar force immediately told him who it came from. His handsome face couldn't help but blush. He waved his hand and threw a large string of words floating in front of him to the side, and then directly lay down. I'll be fine after some rest. Yun Nuashing could not help but smile bitterly as he looked at the sea of information in the distance. He had courted death by storing all the information from the books into his mind. Now he was completely unconscious. It could be said that he had courted death not long after Yun Nuashing closed his eyes. A purple flame quietly appeared beside him. Then it turned into a purple fire bed and lifted him up. Zi Yi appeared on the edge of the bed. He glanced at the person sleeping soundly behind him and could not help but sigh. He muttered to himself, "What an idiot." He directly sent the information of 1,000 books into his mind. Isn't he just asking for trouble? Her jade-like hand supported her pure white chin. She turned around to look at Yun Nuashing and shook her head, helplessly. The flame turned into a soft blanket and gently covered Yun Nuashing's body. She looked at the sea of information in the distance and sighed. Really, little idiot. After saying that, she dove in and helped him organize the pile of information. Because she was connected to Yun Nuashing's mind, Ziyi also learned the language of the gods that he had awakened. Naturally, she could understand this bit of information. All of a sudden, her dancing hand stopped. Zaid blankly grabbed a piece of information before her. She looked at it in bewilderment and frowned. At the end of the gods' era, the ancient devil was born. The primordial realm was in chaos. The gods fell. The restrictions were broken. The 8 realms collapsed. The twilight of the gods. Darkness descended. Ziyi murmured softly. This was a biography of a certain celestial phenomenon master. This person made this prophecy when he was about to die and recorded it. When she saw it now, she could not help but suck in a cold breath. Ancient devil. Ziyi stared at these 2 words in a daze. Her emotions churned. She knew that this god was referring to the first generation great celestial phenomenon. The first generation great celestial phenomenon was annihilated by this so-called ancient devil. Restrictions? I don't understand. After looking at it for a long time, Ziyi was at a loss again. She still could not understand. The first generation great celestial phenomenon, who looked down on all living things in the heavens, disappeared so easily. What kind of god was this ancient devil? How could he fight against the first generation of gods? Forget it. In the end, she sighed and looked at Yun Nuashing, who was sleeping peacefully behind her. She waved her hand and destroyed this piece of information. There were some things that were better left unknown to him. And Yun Nuashing, who had been sleeping all this time, naturally did not know that some information had been unknowingly erased by Z. Because the ancient ruins of Rain Country had already been revealed for a very long time. Other than this tall tower, it had already been explored countless times. Although clans with eternal divine weapons might be able to open the barrier of this tower, unfortunately, no one knew the true face of this ancient ruins at the bottom of the sea. Thus, it had not been used all this time. Instead, it had benefited Yun Nuashing and the others, who had directly emptied this precious library. If others were to find out about this, they would definitely beat their chests and stamp their feet in regret. When Yun Nuashing woke up, she suddenly felt that the burden in her head had disappeared all of a sudden. It was as if a large mountain had suddenly been removed from her back. There was an indescribable feeling of relief. However, when she saw the drowsy Z at the side, and then saw the neat and orderly information in the distance, she instantly understood something. She smiled and shook her head. Silly girl. Yun Nuashing smiled and carried Ziyi up. She gently placed him on the bed, covered him with a blanket, and then retreated. Those deep purple eyes were probably something that Yun Nuashing would not be able to forget even after many years. There was a hint of gentleness and a faint smile in her eyes, which caused him to blush. Although he had done even bigger things, he was still defeated by such a small thing. He really did not know what to say. Little star, you're awake. Have you rested well? Seeing that he had woken up, Xian smiled gently and touched his face with her lily-white hand. And I'm fine. Although her face was a little red, Yun Nuashing was more or less thick-skinned, so she was not too embarrassed. Anyway, this kind of thing had happened more than once or twice, so it was not a big deal. Slowly standing up, Yun Nuashing stretched and let out a big yawn. She looked at the empty hall again, and the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up. She had collected a bunch of ancient books from the mythological era. Although the harvest this time was not any rare materials, herbs, or weapons, it was enough to make archaeologists go crazy. Researching the history of the mythological era was the long-cherished wish and pursuit of countless people. Looking at the dozens of flames hovering in midair in the hall, Yun Nuashing blinked her eyes, and a trace of purple fire rose from her palm. She reached out and waved at the colorful flames, and those flames stopped moving one after another. Then they slowly floated towards Yun Nuashing and hovered around her body, flickering and emitting a low buzzing sound, as if they were submitting. Multicolored flames enveloped Yun Nua planet, making it look like a god of fire. He looked at these flames with a bit of surprise. They had not disappeared even after dozens of epochs, so they must be extraordinary. However, in front of the purple night dark flame, they still had to yield. As expected of the divine flame, Yun Nuashing shook her head helplessly and could only sigh. Once the divine flame appeared, all the flames in the world had to submit. How could ordinary flames compete with it? Although these flames were a little unusual, they were obviously not on the divine flame list, because the purple night flame did not resonate with them. Among the divine flames, there was more or less some resonance between them. Of course, Yun Nuashing was a little disappointed. She thought that she could subdue dozens of divine flames in one go, but this thought was quickly dispelled. It was impossible to obtain dozens of divine flames in one go. Carefully, she kept the dozens of flames. Suddenly, the lilac flower vine on her chest grew a little more, spreading to both sides. At the same time, the waist-long purple hair quietly turned pale, but there was no obvious change. It seemed that these dozens of flames were not enough to make the divine body undergo a drastic change. The transformation of the divine body is too harsh. Seeing this small change, Yun Nuashing's face twitched. She did not expect that these dozens of extraordinary flames would only make the divine body change a little. Could it be that she had to specifically subdue the divine flames in the future? This was really crazy, but the heaven-defying old man instructed me to collect the things on the list. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing wanted to vomit blood. It was already a great fortune for an ordinary person to obtain a single divine flame. Why did she have to keep collecting them? Just as she finished cultivating and opened her eyes, she saw Yun Nuashing standing in the center of the hall. Yuan, she could not help but be stunned. He smiled and said, "Nuashing, have you rested well?" Yun Nuashing shrugged his shoulders and glanced at the empty hall. After that, he walked towards the seat at the side of the hall and glanced at it. However, he didn't find anything special. After that, he followed the others and almost turned the hall upside down. After making sure that there was nothing special, he slowly left the hall. When she came to the giant tower, she almost ran through the entire tower, but still did not find anything valuable. She did not even let go of the dungeon. Finally, she walked out of the tower. Looking at the ruins of Rain Country, she sighed and took out the Nethervoid sword. Then she led the others and directly broke through the sea, rushing toward the Sea Monarch City. That roar came from the Sea of Tana's water god temple again. This time it was so loud that it could be heard even here. It is said that someone saw a black shadow in the center of the sea. It was him roaring at the sky, and the roar shattered the space within millions of miles. It is said that someone saw a huge tower that reached the clouds. Someone also felt the aura of a god. The area covered by the sea has expanded again. It has already exceeded 100 million miles. Every year, after the roar, the sea will expand a little. The seal is getting weaker and weaker. Soon, we will be able to directly step into that place. I see that all the great sect leaders are coming with their legendary divine tools. This time, there will definitely be a shocking fight. At least it is a relic left behind from the Dark Age. Hee, I wonder what kind of shocking things are inside. The few of them had just rushed up from the bottom of the sea and landed at the harbor when they heard a burst of discussion. They could not help but be stunned. It seemed that this trip to Rain Country had been delayed for a while, and they did not encounter any exciting moments. Roar, TSK, we actually missed it. Yun Nuashing smacked her lips. She did not expect that she would actually miss it after going to the bottom of the sea. Looks like Tana's water god temple is about to open. Those ancient clans must have sent people here. I wonder what level of people will appear. Yu Xiao blinked at Mei Mao and sighed. The Yu clan will also go. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. That is natural. Tana's water god temple has been speculated to be at least a relic left behind from the Dark Age. Although there are no historical records, that era is still quite ancient. Many people will fight to the death to get a chance, and the Yu clan is no exception. Yu Xiao nodded. But that is a relic left behind from the mythological era. Yun Nuashing covered her face. I reckon that elder sister will also come. Yuan, she laughed dryly. This kind of major event would naturally not be left out of their Yuan clan, and according to Yuan Qian's personality, she probably would not be able to escape either. In the Golden Divine Temple, 8 people surrounded a crystal altar that was about 3 meters long. On top of it, a crystal ball the size of a wash basin was floating and emitting a faint light. Behind the 8 people, 9 young people of different colors were also stretching their necks, wanting to take a look. Little Star's location has been found. Suddenly, the beautiful woman in the light green robe shouted excitedly. She could not help but clap her hands. On the crystal ball, an image suddenly appeared. It showed a sea that swept across countless distances. Then, it suddenly stopped at a dock. It slowly enlarged a lot, showing the figures of Yun Nua and the others. It lasted for a few seconds before slowly dissipating. Oh my God! They are going to Sea King City. Damn it, we're going to the Tana's Water Temple. Seeing the familiar pier, Jin Jinwang thought of the recent storm and slapped his face. His horrified voice made the 9 people behind him shrink their heads in fear. However, since this altar can locate his position, it proves that Nua Xing should be related to that person. There's no doubt about it. Thunder God King nodded. This altar was used to communicate with the 9 ancestors. Even if it was blocked, the unique aura that existed in the altar could still locate him. Should we go and help? The little guy wants to get involved in this muddy water. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Not long ago, he had a big battle with the Qi family. Although he has changed his appearance and Ling Hongjin has blocked the Heaven's Secret, it's hard to guarantee that he won't be found. Fire God King scratched his head and asked Jin Jinwang, "Let's go. We're going to Tana's Water God Temple anyway. We can also take these guys to gain experience. Speaking of which, your cultivation is so slow. It has been more than half a year. Why are you still at the 5th layer Immortal Realm? Do you want to die?" Jin Jinwang nodded. The last few words were naturally directed to Yao Hua and the others. The 9 heroes were miserable. They had crossed 2 realms in half a year. Although this speed was not the fastest in the world, it was not too bad. However, they were actually criticized for being slow. Really, they could not speak of their suffering. Are all the God Kings going? The beautiful woman nodded and asked, "Let's go together. No need to call old Yao, we don't know where he went." Lei Tian nodded. The people present were the most outstanding heroes of their generation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been crowned with the title of God King. However, after Light God King left his position, no one knew where he ran off to. Tana's Water God Temple, although the outside world says that it is something left behind from the Dark Age, it is actually a ruin from the mythological era. We are not the only ones who know about this. At least, the 8 great families know about it. It's just that no one said it out loud. Jin Jinwang scratched his head. If the Qi family recognized Yin Nuashing, it would be a bit troublesome. Can we not go? That place is a bit haha. At this time, Yao Hua weakly raised his hand and spoke on behalf of the heroes. The 8 God Kings glanced at him, making Yao Hua shiver. The Gold God King knocked him on the head and scolded. "Look at you guys, Nua Xing dared to enter the forbidden land of life. You guys haven't even seen the door yet, and you're already backing down? Let's go, it's time for us to move. There's still quite a distance between this place and that place. We should quickly find little Nuashing. If anything happens to him, the Hall Masters will go crazy." The woman wearing a metallic luster robe helplessly spread her hands and said, "Okay." The Gold God King and the others nodded solemnly. Then they disappeared from where they were with the 9 wailing heroes. Chapter 3:14. Over the past few days, the matter of the Tana's Water Temple had become a hot topic. It was clear that there were countless more people in the Sea King City. Every day, there were ships of all sizes moored at the harbor, and then a group of people dressed in luxurious clothes slowly walked down. Those with keen senses could sense that there were dozens of auras of gods in the city. This was really a sign of a coming storm. The seal on the Tana's Water Temple had not been completely lifted, but there were already so many people who had taken the lead to come. Moreover, this news was spread in the name of the Dark Age. If the real era was revealed, the Sea King City would probably be overcrowded now. Although the noise outside had been earth-shattering, Yun Nuashing and the others were quite comfortable. They had been holed up in the fairy stone shop and did not go out. Naturally, they were not idle either. The pile of books really gave them a headache. Tens of thousands of book titles were translated by Yun Nuashing and then engraved in the void. She asked them to help find which book had something to do with the Tana's Water Temple. Of course, There were hundreds of parchments without names, which seemed to have some very important information written on them. These could only be identified by Yun Nuashing and Lon Shiner personally. There were also some ancient maps and other things that were clipped in the books. These days, they were extremely busy. However, in such an urgent situation, they did manage to find something. They found the map of the Tana's water temple, which made everyone so excited that they breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they saw the map that looked like a maze, they suddenly wanted to tear the parchment up. Damn it, a maze? There are no places marked, just passages. There are many passages which extend in all directions. There are also several levels. This is such a big area. Is this the main hall? They looked around, although there was no place name. After a little bit of logical speculation, they roughly knew where to go. Although there was no sign of the entrance, after solving the problem of the map, they relaxed. For the time being, they could not enter the Tana's water temple. Yun Nuashing and the others wandered around leisurely. Occasionally, they would go to the auction house to shop. There was even a small space temporarily opened in a place where a group of strong people came and went. They were all exchanging things inside, which was equivalent to a market. The group found it very novel and walked around inside. There were pavilions made of jade and small palaces. Of course, there were also street stalls selling all kinds of rare treasures and spirit medicines. Compared to the time in Yuan City, many of the things being sold here were related to fire. Clearly, they had thought of the elemental restraints on fire at first sight. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing stopped in front of an old man. His eyes were wide open, and he almost cried out. His shocked look gave the few of them a fright. They hurriedly gathered together and covered their mouths at the same time. They were so shocked that they could not suppress the shock in their hearts. The old man was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat with a broken straw mat under him. There were a few broken weapons and dark stones on it. There was also a map beside him with a small corner exposed. Yun Nuashing and the others were not unfamiliar with that layout and those lines. Although only a small corner was exposed, they could see very clearly that it was the map of the Tana's water temple. Seabed rock, magic weapon. Don't miss it, cheap. Fresh product. The old man sold to the passers-by. When he saw Yun Nuashing and the others stop here, he shouted even harder. Sir, how much is the stone? Yun Nuashing squatted down and pretended to look at the goods. But in fact, she looked at the corner of the map carefully. She was sure that it was the map of the Tana's water temple, and there were even some names on it. She could not remain calm. 50 kilograms of high-quality, glazed crystal for a piece. The price is fair and honest. The old man replied, his old face smiling like a blooming morning glory. His clothes were tattered, and he was simply asking for an exorbitant price. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing opened her evil spirit eye and glanced at the stone. Then she looked at the broken weapons side and said, This stone was dug out from the seabed, right? This magic weapon has long been rotten. Young man, you have good eyes. It must have been put away for a few days. The old man nodded and then whispered, To tell you the truth, I have a real treasure here. I just don't know if you can afford it. What treasure? I'll buy it. Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the map of the Tana's water temple. Don't tell anyone. The old man nodded and took the map. Then he pulled out a piece and handed it over. Yun Nuashing could not wait to unfold it. After taking a look, she was dumbfounded. The few of them also looked like they were struck by lightning. The corner of the map was indeed the same as the map in their hands. However, after it was fully unfolded, the other places suddenly took a 180-degree turn and shrunk by a few hundred times. It was like a few dots, and there were even names on it. Yun Nuashing was speechless. She could not help but ask, What kind of map is this? Shoo! The old man put a dry finger on his lips and then said mysteriously, This is the map of the Tana's water temple. I dug it out from the ruins at the bottom of the sea. Look, Reincarnation Lake, Spiritual Beast Pool, Demon Water Cave, Apotheosis Altar. The old man pointed at a few names and smiled faintly, making the few of them want to beat him up. This, only the names. There's no map. Yun Nuashing could not help but say, her face twitching a few times. There is. The old man pointed his finger and turned to the exposed area. He said, isn't this the map? This is the entrance to the Tana's water temple. Look, there's a cross here, indicating that you definitely can't go in. It's dangerous. Also, this is the main hall. The divine treasury is inside. The old man pointed at that dark spot, his wrinkles trembling as he laughed. How much is this map? Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and winked. 500 kilograms of high-quality, glazed crystals. The old man raised a finger and said with a smile, why don't you go and King rob me? Yun Nuashing ground her teeth. She really wanted to explain to him what it meant to respect the elders. This King lousy map that was not clearly drawn actually cost 500 kilograms of high-quality, glazed crystals. Why didn't he just go to hell? Young man, I'm still selling it at a lower price. Otherwise, the original price would be 10,000 kilograms. You must look for the right time. The old man shook his head nervously and said without blushing, 100 kilograms. I'll take it. Yun Nuashing held her breath and said, how about this? I'll sell it to you for 500 kilograms. The old man shook his head and said, this lousy map is worth 200 at most. Young man, you don't understand. This is the map of the immortal treasure. It's worth at least 400. This is the map of the immortal treasure. 300. Young man, you must be honest. 350 is the best price. The two of them argued back and forth. Yuan Shi and the others couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. They even pulled Yun Nuashing. In the end, the latter couldn't stand it anymore. She directly threw down 350 kilograms of high-quality, glazed crystals and then put it away. Come visit us often in the future. The old man behind them was smiling like a blooming flower. It made people want to leave a shoe print on him. Just take it that we've been cheated, Yun Nuashing said to them with a wry smile. After a few steps, she turned around and saw a group of people rushing to the old man. Then the large map was sold out in an instant. It's actually mass-produced. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, they didn't want his map. They just wanted his name. After getting the map, they went back to the Celestial Stone Shop. With the help of Yun Nuashing's evil spirit eye, they enlarged the sesame-sized map by 1,000 times. Then they compared it with the original map and wrote their names on it. Night fell. A scarlet moon slowly climbed to the top of the sky, illuminating the entire ocean like a sea of blood. It was very terrifying. Roar. Under the moonlight, a roar shook the heavens and the earth. The roar turned into a sound wave that spread out for tens of millions of miles. The surrounding space collapsed like shattered glass. It was filled with cracks and then shattered. Bang! Suddenly, a resplendent light lit up at the bottom of the sea where the whistling sound came from. It illuminated the surface of the sea until it was like a moon was being reflected. A dull sound similar to the beating of a heart rang out, reverberating through the waters. Bang! Another low sound rang out, shaking the surface of the water and spreading out thousands of miles away. This sound was louder than the previous one, as if something was about to break out of its shell. Bang! Bang! As the sound of the beating became stronger and faster, the water on the rippling surface of the sea surged violently, as if a huge monster was about to rush out from the bottom of the water. Roar! A demonic shadow emerged on the bright surface of the water. It had 2 goat-like horns and a big mouth. It roared at the scarlet moon, shattering the surrounding space. The roar spread out, and even the Sea King city, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, could hear this terrifying sound. Many people trembled, and those who were not strong enough directly knelt down. Crash! Not long after the roar, the sound of waves suddenly reverberated between the heavens and the earth. A dazzling light, like a sun, shone from countless miles away in the north, rendering the entire night sky as if it was daytime. Even the stars in the sky were about to be hidden. In the celestial stone square, Yun Nuashing suddenly opened his eyes. His evil spirit eye pierced through the void and directly looked at the slowly rising sun in the north. On the surface of the water, a dilapidated shrine broke through the surface of the water and slowly rose from the bottom of the water. The bright golden light illuminated the place, and water gushed out from the dilapidated shrine. Roar! A demonic shadow wrapped around the rising shrine and roared at the sky, causing everyone's heart to tremble. The stronger the person, the clearer the sound they heard. Closing his evil spirit eye quietly, Yun Nuashing rushed into the hall of the attic. Xian, Yu Shao, and Yuan Shu were all sitting there. There were also some experts of the Yu family. At this time, when they saw him rush in, they all turned their eyes. The Tana's water god temple has floated up. It's almost time for us to act, Yun Nuashing said in a deep voice, and they were not the only ones who reacted. Everyone in the Sea King city stood up directly. The sound of discussion was so loud that seemed to turn the city upside down. There was no longer the tranquility of the night. In 3 days, there has been this sound from the Tana's water god temple for the 5th time. Each roar is louder than the last. Is it about to come out? There's not much time left. I think the Tana's water god temple has broken out of the seal. Let's take advantage of the moonlight and go. After hearing the roar, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Some of the impatient ones even decided to set off with the moonlight. At this time in the Sea King city, countless powerhouses ran to the docks, boarded jade boats, and sped towards the north. Let's go now. No matter what, let's go there and see the situation first. In the bustling Sea King city, Yun Nuashing and the others also heard a lot of voices and said in a deep voice, the speed at which the Tana's water god temple emerged was much faster than he thought. Presumably, all the experts had begun to rush there. They also had to get there quickly. The origin of water might be there. No matter what, they had to be one step ahead. Everyone was stunned. Without saying much, they all jumped out of the hall. Then, as Yun Nuashing rushed out of the attic, everyone jumped directly onto the surface of the sea. The boat made of dragon shen, silver, suddenly enlarged to a full 100 feet. The latter drove the light element and injected it into the boat. Carrying everyone, it turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the north. This was a world of plains. The distant mountain ranges rose and fell in their line of sight. A tower, or perhaps a giant pillar, towered into the clouds. It was hundreds of thousands of meters tall and tens of thousands of meters thick. It stood in the middle of a lake, like a giant pillar that held up the heavens. A solemn and primordial aura emanated from it, causing people to feel an unprecedented sense of pressure. It was as if the space would be shattered into pieces if the pillar trembled slightly. On the side of the pillar, there was a golden figure. Pulling one's line of sight closer, one could see that it was a man in a golden robe. His skin was golden and white, and his long golden hair flowed down to his waist. His face was so handsome that even women would be jealous. His whole body exuded an ethereal aura like that of a banished immortal, as if he was a creation of the heavens. If one looked closely at this scene, they would find it a bit strange. There were chains as thick as an arm tied around the giant pillar. The golden man was tugging at the chains with his hands, making clanking sounds. "Long time no see," the man whispered softly, as if he had seen an old friend. He was suspended thousands of feet above the lake, standing in the void at the edge of the black tower. In front of him were dozens of entangled and spiraling chains. The dense black holes seemed to be hiding something. The corners of the golden man's mouth curled up slightly. He slowly pried open the chains with both hands, separating them layer by layer. Then he suddenly smiled and cast his gaze into the middle of the separated chains. There was actually a person inside. If someone were to stand here and see the scene, they would definitely be so scared that their tongue would stick out. This was because the person hidden under the chains looked exactly like the Golden Man. The only difference was that one was golden and the other was sky blue. They were like twins. The Golden Man chuckled. His crystal clear hand gently touched the face of the man with closed eyes in front of him. His ethereal voice was like the sound of nature, causing the surrounding space to ripple. You are still asleep, and I have already woken up. Our friend is here. The king is about to awaken. God descends to the world, commanding the world. Go and play with him. With unparalleled glory, Kacha! Chapter 3:15. Countless ships formed a huge fleet that spanned thousands of feet across the ocean. It was easy to imagine how many people were mobilized this time. There was no lack of major forces or god-level powerhouses among them. It was a vast and majestic fleet, all of them riding on the scarlet moonlight. It was a sight to behold. We are riding on the moonlight on the boundless ocean. The scarlet moonlight is flowing in the sky and under the water. Yun Nuashing kept humming along the way. She seemed very excited. She sat at the bow of the ship with Xian and looked at the empty sea area. She was in a good mood. Yuan, she wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and looked at the endless army behind him. He could not help but swallow his saliva and said, Nuashing, is it really okay for us to walk so fast? We're charging at the front like a target. When Yu Xiao and the others heard this, they promptly nodded and added a few words in agreement. At this moment, there wasn't a single ship around them because they were at the forefront. The light element propelled the small silver boats, so no one could catch up to them. Moreover, the closer they got to the northern life forbidden zone, the more they felt a force descending from the sky, making them unable to fly at all. I don't know how many people are after Tana's water god temple. There are countless dangers in the forbidden zone. This time, there will be many undying forces coming along. It's better to let them be the ones to take the lead, said a young girl from the Yu clan indifferently. Even though she looked like a young girl, one could see the vicissitudes of life in her eyes. She must have lived for a very long time. They were strong cultivators of the Yu clan. Because they wanted to protect Yu Xiao, they followed her on the boat. That seems to be the case. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he nodded. However, when he looked at the ship, he shook his head and said, But I feel that if we mix in with them, the chances of us being beaten into a sieve are higher. Everyone was stunned. They looked at the disembarking ship and felt a little helpless. Although the dragon Shen Silver would not be snatched away, those who could take out a level 11 material were not ordinary forces. They would be very conspicuous in the crowd. Perhaps they would be secretly eliminated. After all, one less team meant one less competitor. Zhang Xian smiled. Well, I'll think about it when we reach the Forbidden Sea. At worst, I'll just hide the ship. Yun Nuashing said helplessly. Speaking of which, he was a little too anxious because he thought that the competition was too strong. He wanted to be the first to rush to the Tana's water god temple, so that he could be the first to collect the origin of water to avoid any accidents. Yun Nuashing and the others had seen many powerful fellows when they used the light element to shake off the ships earlier. They all had the same goal, but they did not take it to heart. Although there were many experts here, they were not at the rebirth realm. Therefore, they had some confidence. After all, the Nether Void Sword and Violet Night Flame were not to be trifled with. I wonder if the Qi family, the other families, and the Temple of Elements have arrived. Yun Nuashing looked into the distance, and this thought flashed through his mind. Then he sighed and said, Let's speed up. For experts like the gods, a journey of 100 million miles would only take a few hours. However, for the light element, it was a little faster. Although it could be said that it would only take 2 to 3 minutes to reach the Forbidden Sea, it was a pity that Yun Nuashing could not maintain this speed. He might faint after reaching the limit of a few seconds. He could only maintain 100th or even 1,000th of the speed of light. This speed could be achieved by the gods with their own strength. At this speed, They approached the forbidden sea in less than an hour. When they really arrived, everyone was stunned for a moment. The sea behind them was still dark blue, but in front of them was a light blue. When they looked down, the color did not deepen. It was as if they were in a shallow water area. On the surface of the sea, there was a clear dividing line that separated the two different seas. Boom! When the ship entered the other part of the sea, the whole ship suddenly shook violently as if it had hit a reef. A great pressure came out of nowhere. The originally calm sea suddenly boiled as if a tsunami was about to overturn the ship. The ship's speed suddenly slowed down. Suppress! Several experts of the Yu family stamped their feet. Yun Nuashing also took out the Netherworld Ruins sword and knocked it on the ship. Silver and purple light bloomed, and together they resisted the sudden force. This sea is strange. Yun Nuashing looked at the ship that suddenly slowed down. He walked to the side of the ship and looked at the gelatinous sea water. His eyebrows twitched. The air is so thick. Xian sniffed and wrinkled her eyebrows. It's so uncomfortable. My chest is stuffy. It's a little difficult to breathe. Ming sniffed and touched his forehead. He felt a little dizzy. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was stunned. He took a deep breath and realized that the air here seemed to have turned into gelatinous. It was also like being filled with lead. When he breathed in, it was so heavy that it made it difficult to breathe. Over time, he would suffocate to death. Linghong's sword, spatial isolation. With a light cough, Yun Nuashing took out the Linghong sword. With a bright flash of silver light, he inserted it into the ship and created a spatial boundary. It separated the ship from the outside space. It formed a space of its own, but it was still connected to the outside world. When the boundary was formed, the heavy feeling disappeared. Ming and the others heaved a sigh of relief. However, the speed of the ship had completely slowed down. After all, this sea was a little strange. There was no way to speed up even if they wanted to. Is this the Linghong sword? The few girls from the Yu family looked over. Mei Mao's eyes glowed. They naturally knew about the birth of the Linghong sword. Before they left, Yuan she also told them about Yun Nuashing. After all, they were going to travel together. There was no difference if they knew about it earlier or later. Heroes indeed come from the young. This old monk is already old. Is it time for me to retire? A young girl glanced at Yun Nuashing and stretched her waist. Her beautiful figure revealed a few seductive curves, and her lazy voice sounded a little strange. Young man, are you interested in marrying into the Yu family? There are still many fairies in the family who haven't found a partner yet. However, what made Yun Nuashing vomit blood was that he actually heard this sentence again. It made him directly roll his eyes. Why do I look so fat now? When this sentence came out, Xian blinked at Mei Mao and looked at Yun Nuashing. However, she only sighed and smiled helplessly. The first time she heard it, she was unhappy. The second time she heard it, she could only smile, so she didn't say anything. Elder, she already has a partner. Don't talk about it. Yu Xiao gently pulled the girl's dress and smiled apologetically at Xian. Then she said softly, "What a pity." Hearing this, the girl shook her head regretfully and said, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh when he saw Ziyan wrinkling her nose and her beautiful face remaining calm without any ripples. He rubbed her head and said softly, "Are you jealous?" Nope. Ziyan stared blankly and shook her head. She smiled and said, "Little Star didn't promise me anything. Why would I be jealous? If you aren't jealous, then what are you?" Hearing her say this, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Of course not." Xian snorted and turned her head away with a faint smile. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing sighed and looked at the large fleet of ships that suddenly appeared on the horizon. She couldn't help but frown. Looking at the vast expanse ahead, she muttered, "The people behind us are catching up, but we can't pull away anymore." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly turned their heads. Seeing the fleet that appeared, they also frowned. They shouldn't be the only ones in a quagmire. But before that, if they couldn't pull away, they would enter the enemy's attack range. This wasn't a good thing for them. How about activating the light element? A young girl suggested and looked at Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing shook her head and said, "I've already tried. If I want to increase my speed, I'm afraid I'll have to activate the light element to the extreme. I won't be able to hold on for long. Moreover, this water can't even be controlled by the water element. Moreover, the more energy you inject, the more energy will be sucked away." Elder Yu Qing sighed and said, "Brother, the boat is sinking." Ming pulled Yin Nuashing's sleeve and pointed to the front. Hearing this, everyone's expression suddenly changed. They hurriedly walked to the side of the boat and saw that the boat was indeed showing signs of sinking. "Shit!" Yun Nuashing's face twitched. After thinking for a while, she suddenly stretched out her hand and a dense purple flame appeared on her palm. Following the appearance of this flame, the surrounding temperature also quietly rose. Ranked 90th on the Divine Flame list, Purple Night, Dark Flame, Elder Yu Qing recognized it with a single glance. Her indifferent voice made Yun Nuashing blush with shame. When Yuan Shi and Zian heard this, they also opened their mouths in shock. After all, they didn't hear about the origin of this flame, and they also didn't ask about it. They didn't expect this flame to have such a great origin. Seeing everyone's glowing eyes and little Ming's "I already knew" expression, Yun Nuashing smiled in embarrassment and nodded. With a thought, the purple flame left her hand and rose sharply against the wind. Then it enveloped the bottom of the boat below the waterline. Chi! As soon as the purple night dark flame came in contact with this strange seawater, it let out a sizzling sound. A faint white steam rose and emitted a foul smell, causing everyone to wrinkle their brows. "It smells like burnt protein." Yun Nuashing pinched her nose and rolled her eyes. This foul smell almost made her vomit out the food she ate at noon. However, although they couldn't stand this disgusting smell, the speed of the boat was indeed a lot faster. They couldn't say anything and just pinched their noses to endure the disgusting smell. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing hurriedly urged the light element. The boat immediately turned into a gold and silver light and flew away. Little Star ran away. Far behind, on a huge dragon ship, a beautiful woman in green saw Long Xian suddenly turn into a beam of light and fly away. She couldn't help but yell, "How did this kid get involved with the Yu family?" Jin Jinwang held his chin and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Let's speed up. The people around here aren't easy to deal with. We have to think of a way to get rid of this group of people so as to avoid a fight when we get close to the shrine." Lei Tian spread his hands. After saying that, a dense lightning energy poured into the boat from the bottom of his feet. However, it wasn't in a hurry to erupt. It was only accumulating at the bottom of the boat. With their eyesight, they naturally knew that there was something wrong with that sea area. Otherwise, Yun Nuashing wouldn't have stopped. The woman whose dress flickered with a metallic luster looked at Yun Nuashing from afar and nodded. "So that's Little Star? He looks pretty good. Does he have a partner? Come on, didn't you see that girl beside this kid the other day? She's probably his partner." What Zhu rolled her eyes. "I was just thinking about it. It's about time for the girls of our shrine to find a partner. What should we do if we always stay in the shrine and don't go out?" The woman sighed and held her chin in a sad manner. Yao Hua and the others were standing at the back. Hearing the God Kings talking about Little Star and partner, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. How did this guy become like this after not seeing him for a year? Chapter 316. Boom! Unsurprisingly, when almost all the ships plunged into that sea area, the seawater suddenly turned into a tsunami. An invisible pressure fell from the sky. The ships sank into a swamp-like place and couldn't move an inch. Many people's faces turned red as they forcefully hammered their chests. Their lungs felt like they were filled with lead sheets. It was so heavy that they couldn't breathe. As for the boats at the back that couldn't stop, they all crashed into the boats at the front that were almost stopped. The sound of collision was endless. The boat that was already shaking was knocked over, and people kept falling into the sea. The sea water was like glue, but it directly submerged a person. As soon as the screams were heard, there was no sound. Only a wisp of green, smoke, floated on the surface of the water. It made people who saw it feel a chill in their heart. That was a primary God expert, and he was gone just like that? No. Stop. Stop. And after seeing that person die a violent death, everyone's complexion changed greatly. The people who hadn't entered that water area quickly controlled the ships, wanting to make them stop abruptly. The extreme speed suddenly dropped, splashing a huge wave on the surface of the water and hitting the people in front. Suddenly, the swaying ships were overturned. Suddenly, many people fell into the water. Mournful screams were heard again. When the people on the side saw this situation, they quickly controlled their ships to withdraw from this strange sea area, but they were knocked deeper into the sea by the ships that rushed up from behind. The surrounding air seemed to have solidified, oppressing the ships that intruded. Creak! The pressure from the air increased sharply. Although the ships here weren't made of simple materials, but without exception, they couldn't bear the heavy load. Visible cracks appeared on the surface of the ships, as if there were millions of tons of weight on the ships. Even if they were made of good jade, they couldn't hold on for long and fell apart. The people and the ships fell into the water together, not even splashing a wave. Hiss! When the people in the distance saw this, they were so scared that they quickly turned their ships around. They suddenly didn't want to go in. Even a God-level person was drowned in the water. What could they do if they went in? But the surrounding ships were too dense. As soon as they slowed down and turned around, another ship hit them from the side and overturned them in the sea. On the sea, hundreds and thousands of ships suddenly collided with each other. Many people fell into the water from the ships that were knocked over. Before they reached the sea area, they quickly rose into the air, wanting to fly back in the direction they came from. However, just as they rose, they didn't fly more than 5 meters before they fell back into the water. This place was suppressed and they couldn't even fly. What's going on? I haven't entered that water area and I'm already suppressed? Damn it, I can't fly here. The person who had fallen into the water tried to fly and cursed. He could not fly here, so the only option was to swim back. However, the closest land to here was the Sea King city, which was tens of millions of miles away. How long would it take to swim back? However, before anyone could swim back, a speeding ship hit the people in the water and knocked them into another water area. Mournful screams filled the silent sea, sending chills down everyone's spine. On the messy sea surface, countless ships collided with each other like a huge connected plate. Countless wreckage floated on the water's surface. The only difference between the two seas was that on one side there were people floating, while on the other side there was only faint green smoke drifting. TSK, this place isn't simple. Jin Wang shook his head. His golden eyes suddenly bloomed with dazzling light. A golden energy shot out from his body, forming a layer of barrier that enveloped the entire ship. At the same time, Thunder God King and the others who had been accumulating power for a long time quickly exploded the energy stored at the bottom of the ship. The ship turned into a light arrow, breaking through the wreckage of the ship and crashed into the second sea area. Boom! The huge pressure formed by the air enveloped them all of a sudden, but they were blocked by several layers of barriers. Although they were blocked with two elements known for their speed wasn't much slower. They caught up with Yin Nuashing and the others at a speed faster than them, and when the Gold God King and the others moved, there were more than 10 ships at the side. They broke through the layers of obstacles and rushed in with them. Clearly, these people were already prepared. They had expected that just entering the sea would be very difficult. They all had corresponding methods. Some directly transformed into a golden path underwater. The speed of the ship was not affected at all. There were also others who transformed into ships made of fire, drifting away with a foul stench. While this place was extremely chaotic, Yun Nuashing and the others had already traveled a long distance. Seeing that there was no one behind them, Yun Nuashing nodded and slowed down a little. Then he slowly drifted forward. Along the way, he took out the treasure map and looked at it. After confirming that the direction of the red that was correct, he nodded. When the others saw him like this, their tense hearts slowly relaxed a little. However, they didn't relax too much. In such a dangerous place, it was impossible to be completely unprepared. They guessed that there would be earth-shattering things behind them. Placing the netherworld ruins soared horizontally on his lap, Yun Nuashing simply used cultivation to pass the time. He didn't know how far ahead there was, so he had to adjust his state to perfection. Otherwise, when he entered the Tana's water god temple, how could he compete with others? Yo, little star! Just less than 10 minutes after Yun Nuashing closed his eyes, a cheerful laughter directly pulled his mind back. Hearing this familiar laughter, he couldn't help but be stunned. Xian and Yuan, she were also stunned when they heard this intimate address. Everyone turned their heads together, wanting to see who they had bumped into. As soon as Yun Nuashing turned his head, he saw a dragon boat about the same size as their boat. There were more than 10 people on the boat looking at him calmly. Mu Ling and the others waved at him cheerfully. When he saw the doting eyes of the beautiful woman and the teasing eyes of Jin Jinwang and the others, his handsome face suddenly flushed red. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. Little star, they. Xian blinked at Mei Mao. Just as he turned his head and wanted to ask who they were, he saw Yun Nuashing's red face and was stunned. Yun Nuastar let out a miserable shriek, giving everyone a fright. The resplendent light elements uncontrollably gushed out, transforming the entire ship into a star, and then, whoosh! I'm not a pervert. Almost in the blink of an eye, Long Xianin turned into a golden light as he flew away at an unimaginable speed with a miserable shriek, leaving those of 9 immortal palaces in the air behind him. Closely after that, Long Xianin disappeared in the skyline. Everyone's expression stiffened. Mu Ling touched her face in confusion and said in astonishment, "Did I say something wrong?" "Damn, sisterling, can you not say that damn line of boss?" Lei Ming heard this, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Everyone smiled bitterly. However, after thinking for a while, they understood what was going on. In the past, Yun Nuashing met them as a girl. Now that she suddenly appeared as a boy, how is she going to meet them? This child is so silly and cute. When the beautiful woman saw this, she couldn't help but smile. Then, she urged Lei Tian to catch up with her. "Sister, she has the purest light element. Even though my lightning element is very fast and has a lot of energy, I can't catch up with her even with the help of Yaohua's light element." Lei Tian smiled bitterly. Wasn't it a joke to ask him to catch up with her? He had just tried his best to catch up with her. How could he catch up with her now? However, the few of them still mustered all their strength and turned into shadows to chase after him. Seeing Yun Nuashing's embarrassed and angry face, Xian couldn't help but poke her face and ask, "Little star, who are they?" Yun Nuashing trembled and rolled her eyes at her. She didn't say anything. The curious people were puzzled. Lan Shiner's gossipy heart was aroused. She quickly elbowed her brother and asked him to tell her the truth. "Elder sister, it's actually like this." Seeing that Yun Nuashing didn't say anything, Ming Ming suddenly laughed and rattled off a bunch of things. Her speed was so fast that even Yun Nuashing didn't have time to react. When he hurriedly covered her little mouth, she had already said 70 to 80%. "Little star, you're so cute." After hearing this, Xian covered her mouth and laughed. Yuan, she also couldn't help but laugh. The people on the boat couldn't stop laughing. Yun Nuashing wanted to find a hole to hide in. 2 more things happen in life. Just treat it as 100 different experiences. You don't have to be like this. Who doesn't have an embarrassing past? Zian hugged him gently. Although she was comforting him, she couldn't stop laughing. I didn't expect you to be related to the people of the Nine Elements Temple, Elder Yuqing said slowly after laughing for a while. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he nodded his head gloomily and sighed heavily with pity. What made Gold God King and the other surprised was that they did not chase for long. On the Long Xian silver ship, Yun Nuashing was still sitting there. The others on the ship were holding their stomachs and gasping for breath. When they saw them coming, they even chuckled twice. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like they were laughing until their stomachs hurt. This made the group of people a little confused. Come over here. Yun Nuashing let out a sigh as he scratched his head and revealed a bitter smile. After that, he steered the boat towards Long Xianin. Long Xianin was not that small. It would not be a big deal even if there were over 10 more people. When Jin Jinwang and the others heard this, they smiled and walked up to Yun Nuashing without hesitation. With their eyesight, they could naturally see the materials used in Yun Nuashing's boat. They exclaimed in admiration and put away the original boat. Little Star, how have you been in the past year? The beautiful woman walked up to Yun Nuashing, patted his head, and smiled dotingly. Yun Nuashing pouted his lips and nodded gloomily. The others didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw his aggrieved look. When the two sides met, they naturally exchanged greetings. The Nine Gods Palace and the Yu family also had some friendship, so they naturally gathered together and chatted. However, everyone was very tactful and did not poke at Yun Nuashing's sore spot. Even Yao Hua carefully slipped behind the elders and hid. Mu Ling and the others naturally gathered around Yun Nuashing and the others. The juniors sat together, and the elders sat together. How should I address you, little sister? Mu Ling stretched out her slender hand to Zian gracefully and asked with a smile. Zian winked at Mei Mao and glanced at Yun Nuashing, who had been a little depressed. She smiled sweetly, adjusted the hat on her head, stretched out her smooth, jade-like hands, and shook Zian's hand. She said Zian Xian. Everyone can just call me Zian. Yun Nuashing sighed and put away his negative emotions. Then he introduced everyone one by one. However, the lively Lan Exen directly clung to him and introduced herself with a smile. Everyone was a little surprised by how she addressed Yun Nuashing, but she didn't reveal her identity. Yo, boy, how about we have a spar? When Yun Nuashing saw Yao Hua, he sneered. The anger in his heart was burning. At this moment, he naturally wanted to grab something to vent his anger. He clenched his fists so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. The two divine weapons in his hands were thirsty, and this laughter directly made Yao Hua shudder. He laughed awkwardly and carefully glanced at the two glowing weapons. His whole body trembled. What kind of joke is this? Damn it, I'll be dead with one slash from Linghong Jian. Xing, let's forget about it now. We're in the same boat. It's not good to fall out with each other. At this moment, Mu Ling came up to rescue him. Yao Hua immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, the next sentence made his face turn pale. When we reach the Tana's Water God Temple, you can beat Boss up again. We can help you hold him down. Mu Ling nodded seriously. The other 7 people also nodded in agreement. You guys... Yao Hua was speechless, but he couldn't get angry. Yun Nuashing was still glaring at him. Okay, later you guys help me hold him down on the ground. I'll beat him up a few times to vent my anger. Yun Nuashing nodded and sneered. The corners of Yao Hua's mouth twitched, and he smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, his brothers would directly betray him. Beat him up. Beat him up fiercely. You don't have to give me face. Jin Jinwang laughed heartily and shouted with his old friends. Yao Hua's face turned ashen. He felt that he couldn't go back on this trip. By the way, you guys are all cultivating so fast. You're already in the 5th tier of the immortal realm. Are you guys suffering from chi deviation? Yun Nuashing laughed for a while. He looked around at everyone and couldn't help but say, Sai, what's this? the inheritance of the divine palace. When you cultivate, it's like suffering in hell. Compared to us, you're scaring us to death. The spiritual godly body lives up to its name. You're cultivating so fast. Lei Ming waved his hand helplessly. Yun Nuashing didn't deliberately hide his strength. Naturally, they could see that he was in the third tier of the immortal realm. They remembered that when they first separated, Yun Nuashing hadn't reached the immortal realm yet. Everyone chattered for a long time and then cried about all kinds of pain during cultivation. Yun Nuashing listened to them and had goosebumps. Was this cultivation? This was inhumane torture. When they heard that Yuan, she was a godly spirit body, they all gasped. They knew that the spiritual godly body was very mysterious, but they didn't know much about it. However, they knew about the godly spirit body. Generally, people with this body could reach the rebirth realm at worst. Where are the rest of the Yuan family? Lei Ming asked casually. He was a little confused. Why was the young master here, but the others weren't? It was a little strange. I don't know about them. I'm just traveling with Nuashing. Yuan, she shook his head. His words made the 9 heroes choke. Traveling. The 9 heroes swallowed their saliva with difficulty and laughed dryly. How courageous. It was such a long journey, but there was actually someone who was willing to go with them. Seeing their dead fish eyes popping out, Yuan, she spread his hands. His clothes were as white as snow, and he was otherworldly and elegant. They felt that he was very powerful. Just his perseverance alone was worthy of praise. I don't think the Yuan family will come. Otherwise, they would have come long ago. Yuan, she sighed. He hadn't seen them for so long. They probably wouldn't come. Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, a charming laughter would slap him like a slap to the face? Little boy, child. Chapter 317. As soon as this delicate voice resounded through the ship, everyone saw a shadow looming over them. Then a beautiful figure in white descended from the sky. Her snow-white robe fluttered in the air as if she was a fairy descending from the heavens. Her beautiful face was filled with unconcealable joy, with a smile that was comparable to 100 flowers blooming. Yuan Qian landed lightly on Yun Nuashing's body and pushed him to the ground. Little boy, I missed you so much. After reuniting after more than half a year, Yuan Qian seemed to have found a treasure. Her beautiful face rubbed against his chest vigorously, causing everyone to be a little stunned. Who was this girl? Damn, she's not giving me any face at all. Yuan, she touched his face, subconsciously, and laughed bitterly. This slap to the face was really painful, seeing everyone's strange expressions. Yun Nuashing laughed awkwardly. He helplessly patted the head of the girl in his arms and said, Qian, stop fooling around. There are so many people here. After saying that, he laughed bitterly. Before leaving, he had said coolly that he would see her in the little divine land. Why did they meet again when they had not even reached the little divine land? Couldn't he show off properly? As he spoke, more than 10 figures jumped down, and the huge ship next to them was also put away. Yun Nuashing took a closer look and felt a little embarrassed. Needless to say, Yuan Qi and the others were all familiar faces. Other than Yuan Qi's 6th uncle, Yuan Shao, there was another man who he had never seen before. His green robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked valiant and heroic. His awe-inspiring appearance made people unable to help but take a few more glances. 4th uncle. Yuan, she was a little speechless when he saw the people who had come. He did not expect his 4th uncle to be here. He did not usually see him go out. Qian, get up quickly. Seeing that everyone from the Yuan family was here, Yun Nuashing's handsome face flushed red. When he saw Yuan Qian, who was still lying in his arms with a blissful look on her face, he realized that things were bad and hurriedly called out. No. Yuan Qian happily refused at this moment. Yuan Shao and the others saw Yuan Qian's expression and couldn't help but shake their heads. They had never seen her so happy before. It was as if she had lost her soul, and they were worried that she might have depression. They didn't expect that she would be fine as soon as she saw Yun Nuashing. This is really gathering together. Yun Nuashing looked at the dozens of people on the ship, and the corners of her mouth twitched for a moment. She laughed bitterly. When did she know so many people? In the end, Yun Nuashing had a headache and started to introduce everyone. At the end of the introduction, everyone laughed bitterly. It was really because he had connected everyone together. They really didn't know what to say. On the side, the older generation individuals exchanged greetings. After living for so long, they had more or less met each other a few times. Today, they treated it as a reunion. Who didn't know the Yuan family of the Divine Land? Who didn't know about the 9 Elements Temple? The fairies of the Yu family were famous all over the world. When these 3 groups gathered together, they could be called a strong alliance. However, there were too many people. It didn't feel like they were going to a dangerous place like the Tana's Water God Temple. The lively atmosphere was more like a vacation. We were pulled out by the Divine King and the others to gain experience. Yao Hua and the others sighed and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We came because our sister insisted on coming. Yuan Qi and the others laughed bitterly and sighed. Then, more than a dozen people who were in the same boat started to howl. Yun Nuashing looked left and right and found that the 2 groups were chatting with each other. Even Xian was pulled aside by Yuan Qian and whispered to her. She kept looking at him, which made him sigh and mutter that he'd better sleep. When Lan Xiner heard this, she knelt down directly, patted her soft and white thighs, and smiled at him. Her meaning was self-evident. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't hesitate to sleep on her thighs and secretly praised her. Behind this huge long Shin silver, there were dozens of jade ships of the same size. They shone brightly in the night, and their surfaces were flowing with energy. Obviously, they were not ordinary ships. What made Yun Nuashing a little surprised was that almost 90% of the people had just entered. The forbidden zone of life was indeed worthy of its name. The scarlet moon slowly set in the distant western sky, and a ray of dawn slowly rose from the east. It fell on the light blue sea and shone on the somewhat serious faces of the people. They looked into the distance and saw a ray of icy blue light rising from the horizon. Everyone took a deep breath. After a night of rushing, they were very close to the Tana's Water God Temple. At this time, they could faintly see its shape. Yun Nuashing opened his evil spirit eye and looked across the distance. He looked at the dilapidated but mighty temple from afar, and his slender eyebrows frowned slightly. The ice-blue godly palace was hundreds of meters tall and tens of thousands of meters wide. A small part of it was still submerged in the sea. The blue light shone along with the light of dawn. The nearby seawater was a strange, deathly black color. Wisps of faint, deathly qi rose up and floated around the godly palace. What a strong death qi, and an extremely strong sense of resentment and evil spirit. Of course, Yun Nuashing was not the only one who could see the temple from afar. The beautiful woman and the others also looked at the temple from afar and frowned. I feel danger. This trip may not be as peaceful as it seems on the surface, the beautiful woman said with a sigh. The beautiful woman sighed and said she felt a little uneasy. Those who majored in the wood element valued balance very much. Naturally, she could see through the shrine. The balance had already been torn apart by an extremely brutal power. We are not the only ones who feel this way. I don't know what they are thinking. Jinwang spread his hands and looked at the other warships in the same position as them with a strange gaze. Looking at the 4th warship in the distance, Yun Nuashing's eyes narrowed and he muttered, "The people from the Sacred Weapon Temple." The Sacred Weapon Temple was the second force other than the Qi family that wanted to take him in. They wanted to use the spiritual godly body to complete a sacred weapon. However, they did not seem to know that Ling Hongjian was with him. They only came for the spiritual, godly body. However, this made him very angry. He was very unhappy to be used as a tool for refining. The Qi family is here too. Yuan Shao sighed and looked at Yun Nuashing. He said in a deep voice, "Although you have changed your appearance, once you make a move, you will be noticed. The spiritual godly body's aura is too unique. It also contains the power of the stars. You are the only one in the world who has this aura. You have fought with the elders of the Qi family. Once you release your aura, you will definitely be seen through. Then I will not make a move." Yun Nuashing spread his hands helplessly and said. The 9 heroes looked at him with a strange gaze. They knew that Yun Nuashing had fought with the Qi family, but they did not know that he had fought with someone of the God realm. After traveling for more than 10 minutes, they could finally see the temple clearly. A thick black aura floated around the temple. This time, everyone could clearly feel uneasy. The beautiful woman even felt as if her mind was being burned. It doesn't seem like it. There is a faint aura. Lei Tian opened his eyes wide. His eyes that contained lightning looked at the black aura. After a long time, he retracted his shocked gaze. Everyone was a little confused. They did not know what he had sensed. When they were close to 1,000 meters, an ancient and desolate aura suddenly filled the heaven and earth. Under that terrifying aura, everything was silent. Even the morning sun seemed dim. Jin Wang and the others felt a kind of fear from the bottom of their hearts. That was an aura that was above the world. Between heaven and earth, countless gazes gathered on the half-collapsed temple gate. In the end, these gazes were fixed on a few ancient words above the stone gate. However, no one could recognize them. Only Lan Xan, and Yun Nuashing could not help but read them together. Tana's Water God Temple. The once glorious rain country finally collapsed in the long river of time. Even the Tana's Water God Temple, which was regarded as a holy place by countless water elemental cultivators, could not escape this disaster. Lan Xan stood at the bow of the ship, side by side with Yun Nuashing. Looking at the collapsed temple, she could not help but sigh. However, she said it in a low voice in the language of the gods. Only the 2 of them could hear it. Even the gods could not escape from that eternal period of time. How can anything be immortal? Yun Nuashing also sighed and said in a low voice in the language of the gods. Boom! Suddenly the whole black seawater surged. Endless black aura enveloped the Tana's Water God Temple. The sea water suddenly sank deeply, with the temple as the center forming a huge whirlpool. At this moment the sky was dark. A vast aura enveloped everyone, making their legs feel weak. Roar! The black aura, accompanied by a series of roars, condensed in the temple and formed a huge black shadow. It was 10,000 meters tall. 2 long goat horns hung behind its back. Its bloody mouth opened to the sky as if it wanted to swallow 2 stars. A roar turned into a sound wave and rushed out, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. The aura of the gods, that is. Taotai, when Jin Wang saw the blurry black shadow, he was so scared that he almost spat out his tongue. Although it was only a blurry shadow, the pair of iconic goat horns and the murderous aura were the best proof. And when everyone heard this name, they were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. Taotai, a divine beast that had been passed down for countless years. It was one of the 4 beasts, and it was said that it could swallow the sun, moon, and stars. Every time Taotai was born, it would cause countless bloody lights, and the heaven and earth would be in chaos. Since ancient times, there had been many incidents of Taotai being born. Every time there would be a bloodbath, and blood would flow like a river. Every time this happened, there would be countless strong cultivators who would join forces to besiege Taotai. However, as a divine beast, although it was a ferocious beast, it was not so easy to destroy. Every time it died, it would disappear and hibernate until the next time it revived. Taotai of this generation, has it been born again? It is actually in the Tana's Water God Temple. Jin Wang said as he stretched out his hand to block the oncoming wind. If Tao Tai was really born, then this group of people would be bathed in blood. Since ancient times, who knew how many strong cultivators had been born to subdue Tao Tai, but none of them had been able to completely kill it. Even the seal could not seal it forever. No, this is just a shadow. Yuan Qian's fourth uncle looked at it seriously for a while, then shook his head and said. Hearing this, everyone suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not the real Tao Tai, then it would be fine. If the ferocious beast that was said to be able to swallow the heavens and the earth was really here, then it would probably be able to wipe them all out in one bite. Tao Jie's shadow suddenly looked over, and its two blood-red eyes that were several times larger than a person stared at everyone. A murderous aura suddenly rose, making everyone shudder. Even if it was just a shadow, this godlike aura was real. Roar! Tao Tai suddenly opened its mouth and let out a loud roar that shattered the surrounding space, revealing a black void. One could even see the void crack open, revealing a little bit of golden color. The roar turned into a solid sound wave, like a storm, with the temple as the center. It rushed towards the dozens of ships at lightning speed. Everywhere it passed, the space became distorted and even collapsed. The abnormally terrifying energy made everyone's face turn pale. The few divine kings trembled, and together with Yuan Shao and the others, they worked together to open a huge energy barrier. The thick energy barrier immediately spread out. Kacha! Bang! Almost instantly, the sound wave collided with the energy barrier, causing the latter to shatter immediately. The few of them groaned and staggered back. Their faces were pale, and they looked a little shocked. They did not expect that the few of them together would be so weak. Activate the eternal weapon. It's too late. Just as Jin Wang took out a golden bottle and was about to activate it, the terrifying sound wave arrived unexpectedly. The majestic force of the sound wave shocked everyone. Void escape. Just as Yun Nuashing was about to take out the Netherworld Ruins sword, Lan Exen, who was standing beside him, made a few abstruse hand seals at lightning speed. Then she shouted in a delicate voice. When this voice rang out, the entire ship rapidly turned transparent and illusory. In just a short moment, it actually disappeared. The corporeal sound wave also swept through the place at that moment, exploding into a monstrous wave. Behind it, there were even a few ships that were shattered with a bang. 2 seconds after the sound wave passed, Long Xianin suddenly appeared. Everyone looked at Lan Exener in surprise. At that moment, they even saw the pitch-black void, as if they had merged with it. Humph! As soon as she appeared, Lan Exan, Ai's pretty face turned pale. She groaned, and her delicate body swayed. Her originally solid body became a little more transparent. The sound wave just now had directly transmitted into the void, causing her to be slightly injured. Exan. When Yun Nuashing saw this, he quickly reached out to hold her. Then his soul power rushed out from his glabella and flowed into her body. I'm fine. Lan Xan shook her head and forced a smile at Yun Nuashing. Her weak look made her look pitiful. Yun Nuashing was a little heartbroken. He quickly took out the heavenly halberd and placed Lan Exa in it. This time Lan Exiner did not resist and went into the heavenly halberd obediently. Charge in. Jin Wang held the golden bottle tightly in his hand. A layer of golden energy shrouded them. With a low shout, he controlled Long Xianin and sped toward the divine hall. Yun Nuashing looked at the golden bottle, which was less than a foot tall, with trepidation. A great pressure made his heart tremble. However, when this feeling appeared, the whirlpool zither in his heart vibrated slightly. A faint energy leaked out and enveloped Yun Nuashing. Then the pressure disappeared. An eternal weapon doesn't seem to be as powerful as a godhead weapon. Yun Nuashing could not help but shake his head. Although an eternal weapon was forged by a deity, it seemed to be inferior to a weapon that was infused with a godhead. There are several waves of energy. When this great pressure appeared, the shrouded ships nearby also had similar waves of energy. Obviously, other people had brought their eternal weapons with them. Roar! Tautai opened its mouth once again, and the roar transformed into a substantial sound wave. It swept out with lightning speed, and the entire world shook violently. The roar was deafening, and everyone quickly covered their ears. However, it was directly transmitted to their soul. Someone directly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell face up to the sky and fainted. Bang! The substantial black sound wave swept out and came into contact with the golden energy barrier, causing the latter to shake violently. It appeared to be on the verge of collapse, but it did not shatter. Kacha! Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, a 10-meter-long crack appeared on the golden barrier. Through the crack, a faint black gas drifted in. Speed up! Rush over! Jin Jinwang's face twitched. He did not expect the eternal weapon to be unable to withstand the roar. However, this was the result of him activating the weapon. If the deity activated it himself, the result would not be like this. When everyone heard this, they quickly transferred their energy into the dragon Xian Silver. However, the closer they got, the harder it was to move forward. Their speed was severely limited. Even Yao Hua tried his best to transfer the light element. Yun Nuashing quickly placed the Netherworld Ruined Sword on the small golden bottle. The purple-black and golden energy fused together and closed the crack immediately. Then a trace of light element leaked out. Roar! The two blood-red eyes of Tao Tai flashed. The phantom of Tao Tai stared at Yun Nuashing's ship. It slowly opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar like thunder. Then, a thick black gas suddenly condensed in its mouth. A drop of black light the size of a fist gathered in its mouth. The dazzling light lit up half the sky. The terrifying energy shattered the space directly. And this was just the overflowing energy. Boom! The majestic energy shook the entire world. The huge whirlpool below expanded. Yun Nuashing and the others were about to rush to the edge of the whirlpool. It's aiming at us. Jin Jinwang's expression changed. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a drop of blood essence into the golden bottle in his hand. Buzz! As soon as the drop of blood essence entered the bottle, the small golden bottle suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Moreover, there was a fluctuation similar to that of a human's mind. Its consciousness was about to awaken. Gather! Yun Nuashing's handsome face paled when he saw the vast amount of energy. He hurriedly went to the bow of the ship with the Nethervoid's sword in hand. With a wave of his hand, he took out all of his god artifacts. Dozens of flames and purple night flames surged out from his body. The purple flame was in the center. Dozens of colorful flames quickly revolved around it. The divine tools were also in the middle of the flames at this moment. The Nethervoid sword and Ling Hong's sword were directly on either side of the purple flame. Dazzling golden energy flowed rapidly in Yun Nuashing's body. Even her eyes turned golden. Her entire body seemed to be cast from gold. She looked incomparably holy. 9 heavens, soul, subduing formation, condense. Yun Nuashing made a hand seal with lightning speed. Golden energy rushed out of her body with a shout, enveloping all the divine tools and flames. A golden formation, tens of thousands of feet in size, suddenly formed in front of her. There were even countless bolts of golden lightning leaping around the formation. As soon as the formation was formed, it shrank from tens of thousands of feet in size to a few hundred feet in size. Although it had shrunk, the energy it contained had become even more terrifying. Even Jin Jinwang and the others felt their hearts tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Heaven refining formation. Yun Nuashing did not stop. His hand seals changed continuously, and his voice was like thunder. The void suddenly broke open, and 3 indigo-blue formations appeared. Immediately, the power of the stars, the dragon veins in the sea, and the energy of heaven and earth were all sucked over, causing the energy of heaven and earth to suddenly become chaotic. As soon as the 3 formations appeared, they fused with the golden formation in a triangular formation. Afterwards, they began to revolve slowly, distorting space slightly. As more and more energy of the stars surged into the 4 formations from Yun Nuashing, the colorful energy became more and more powerful. At the very center, a droplet of golden light finally appeared silently within the colorful energy. As soon as the golden light appeared, a terrifying energy surged out. The energy in the surroundings was compressed into the golden light like ripples. All the energy within a radius of several hundred feet was devoured in the blink of an eye. The golden light gradually expanded at the same time. "Little boy, let me help you." Seeing this, Yuan Qian hurriedly placed her lily-white hand on Yun Nuashing's back. Waves of black demonic energy flowed into Yun Nuashing's body through her lily-white hand. Then, the demonic energy was channeled into the 4 rapidly rotating formations by the soul-burning technique. Behind the former, Yuan Qi and the others also hurriedly channeled their energy over. What a terrifying energy! When they saw the golden light, Jin Jinwang and the others, who were in charge of defense, felt their hearts skip a beat. They immediately became excited. Then, they hurriedly channeled their energy into the small golden bottle, causing the golden energy barrier to appear even more solid. However, when Yun Nuashing saw this energy, she still felt a little unconfident. Her heart trembled violently as she looked at the Taoqia's illusory figure that was countless times denser than before. At this moment, Xian suddenly ran to his side. Just as the latter was about to ask her to step back, she directly formed a seal with her hands. Then he clearly felt that the 5 elements in the sky seemed to be attracted by something and were suddenly attracted over. Meanwhile, a 5-colored light appeared on Xian's body, making her seem even more mysterious and moving. 5 elements, heavenly formation. Her hand seal paused, and a delicate shout came out from her rosy little mouth. Behind their ears, everyone saw an energy formation with a 5-pointed star suddenly being drawn rapidly in the sky. At the bottom right corner of the 5-pointed star, a dense brown energy was flickering like a star. The other 4 corners were empty and there was nothing. However, the energy that was being released was not weak. Xian's charming face reddened. She suddenly leaned into Yun Nuashing's embrace and placed her lily-white hands on the latter's 2 jade-like palms. The golden energy and the 5-colored energy suddenly merged perfectly. At this moment, the 5 elements heavenly formation also overlapped with the 4 rotating formations. A 5-colored, mostly brown energy wrapped around the golden light, causing its energy to suddenly increase by several times. 5 elements body. As soon as the 5-colored formation appeared, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Jin Jinwang and other figures of the older generation all sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt that their little hearts could not bear this shocking news. How did the 2 rarest constitutions in the world get together? When Yao Hua and the others heard this news while they were working together to defend, they were almost scared out of their wits. Then they stared at the gorgeous girl who had been wearing a hat all this time and felt their mouths go dry. Yun Nuashing had the most powerful constitution in the world, but his partner Xian had the 5 elements body, which was second only to him. Damn it! Did they not want others to live? If these 2 people succeeded, wouldn't they join hands to dominate the world? We can't completely cancel it out, but we just have to endure it. Yun Nuashing did not have the time to care about their thoughts. He looked at the black shadow in front of him with a serious expression. His figure had been locked on. If he could not endure this attack, it would be useless even if he rushed over. His brows were tightly knitted together. They could not directly defeat this Taoyia's shadow. If they had succeeded, they could have tried. Now, all they could do was try to stop it, because they were very close to the edge of the black vortex. Just as he was about to take out the swirling zither, the ball of bewitching purple flames suddenly flickered, and a purple flame fell down. Then, a graceful figure appeared in front of Yun Nuashing. Her purple dress swayed in the wind, and her delicate oval face was full of seriousness. Yun Nuashing was shocked when he saw Ziyi come out. He knew that this girl would not come out for no reason. Now that she had come out, it was obvious how serious the situation was. The sudden appearance of the girl made everyone look at her. Jin Wang and the others were delighted, but Yuan Qian and the others had never seen Zi before, so they were a little confused. Zi Yi suddenly sucked in a cold breath when she saw the Taoyue's shadow. Her pretty face paled a little. Then she looked at so many people and could not help but say angrily, "How did you provoke such a big guy?" Everyone laughed bitterly and shook their heads. Zi Yi was so angry that she could not help but stomp her foot when she saw them like this. Then she stood at the front, crossed her slender legs, and opened her arms a little. With a thought, the aura of a god emperor suddenly erupted. Everyone was shocked, and Yun Nuashing and the others almost broke through. Countless energy matrices were engraved under her jade feet. Then 2 moons, one scarlet and one ice blue, suddenly floated high up in this several hundred zhang space. Under the light, purple moonlight, everyone felt that there was an additional stream of pure star power in their bodies. Their strength increased a few times at this moment, which shocked everyone. Purple Night Domain. This was the Purple Night Dark Flames domain. In this moment of crisis, Zi had no choice but to release it. Just as this domain was released, the endless power of the stars suddenly poured down from the 2 moons. Zi's 2 bright eyes seemed to be burning, and purple flames gushed out from her delicate body. Then, in an instant, they turned into a purplish-black color, and the blazing heat caused the temperature of the air to rise rapidly. The purple-black flames enveloped her and Yun Nuashing, and the 5 magic matrices were also infected by the flames. Meanwhile, the 2 moon discs rapidly descended and turned into 100 feet in size. They rapidly rotated around the drop of golden light. Roar! Just as the 2 moon discs started to rotate, the Taoche's shadow suddenly opened its mouth to the maximum. The ball of black light suddenly released a few extremely resplendent beams of light, and it suddenly expanded. Then, boom! A huge black energy beam of light that was 100,000 feet in size was released with a deafening boom. It charged towards Yun Nuashing and the others at the speed of light like a wild beast. Purple Night Hexagram. Zi Ye's expression was solemn. Her hand seals changed at lightning speed, and as her hand seals changed, a hexagram array suddenly appeared. With the 2 rapidly rotating moons as the ends, it overlapped with the several magic matrices. 9 heavens spirit concealment array, spirit concealment suppressing the 9 heavens. Yun Nuashing roared at the sky. Veins popped out on her forehead, and golden energy seemed to surge out endlessly. It poured into the magic matrices, and at this moment, the drop of golden light suddenly erupted with resplendent light. It transformed into a huge golden energy beam of light that shot towards the black light beam. Chapter 319. 2 huge energy light beams cut through the sky and approached each other rapidly under countless horrified gazes. They carried with them the power to destroy the heavens and earth, and then they collided violently. Boom! A deafening roar exploded in the distant sky. At this moment, everyone was deafened. The huge wind pressure overturned everyone on the ship. The nearby ships lit up with energy shields and were pushed tens of thousands of meters away. Even Yun Nuashing and the others were blasted away violently. On the calm sea, huge waves suddenly surged. The 2 energy light beams entangled with each other. Gold and black energy blended to form a huge 2-colored energy cluster. It was like a huge star rising in the sky, with energy sparks constantly spurting out. Boom! Boom! The terrifying energy exploded in the energy cluster. Two energy light beams burst out from the two poles of the energy cluster. One rushed directly into the ninth heaven, and the other rushed directly into the sea, tearing a huge hole in the vast sea. Crack! Boom! A breathtaking dull sound rang in the distant ninth heaven, making everyone's heart contract fiercely. Even their souls trembled violently. The energy cluster expanded to the extreme, completely swallowing the space within 100,000 feet. Gold and black constantly blended and conflicted with each other. Beams of light burst out from it, like an inflated balloon leaking air. The two energy light beams were still desperately releasing energy. Boom! The energy fireworks, which were millions of feet in size, bloomed with thrilling colors. A destructive energy spread across the entire sea region. The huge energy storm connected the heavens and the earth, like a tornado sweeping through the energy collision point. The sky cracked, unable to bear the burden, and even the seabed bloomed with countless cracks that were thousands of feet wide. At this moment, it was as if an earthquake had occurred. The sea region shook violently. People far away in the Sea King city could feel the fluctuations, and they could not help but kneel on the ground because of the pressure. Buzz! A 10,000-foot-long energy beam swept across the top of the Sea King city at a speed far faster than the speed of light, shattering the space along the way. Even the void collapsed, revealing large areas of golden barriers. The terrifying energy made everyone turn pale. Oh my God! What happened at the Tana's water god temple? The flickering gold and black of the energy light beam illuminated everyone's dazed faces, and their minds went blank. Boom! Wave after wave of terrifying energy waves bombarded the golden energy barrier, causing it to cave in continuously. However, it was forcefully pushed back up by the energy of Jin Jinwang and the others. Ah! Yun Nuoxing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She opened her mouth and roared. The origin energy of her divine body poured out like it was free, but she could only watch as the black pillar of energy drew closer and closer. A vast amount of energy descended upon them. If it weren't for the whirlpool zither protecting them, their bodies would have been torn apart long ago. They were surrounded by shattered space. It was as if they had suddenly arrived in the void. The golden space-time barrier enveloped the entire world. Faint time turbulence gushed out, shattering the chaotic space even more thoroughly. The energy storm wreaked havoc, and the energy that was like a heavenly punishment spread out like ripples throughout the entire space. Within the sea, other than Yun Nua's ship, the others had long been pushed far away, and on the surface of the sea, it was as if a tsunami was surging. The huge waves rose to a height of 10,000 feet and slammed into the distance, splashing up waves that filled the entire world. The waves of annihilation continued to bombard the Golden Barrier and the Taoye Shadow. Even though the Golden Barrier was reinforced by the eternal weapons of 10 gods, it was finally starting to falter. The flowing golden energy had dimmed significantly. Uft! Yun Nuoxing, who was presiding over the great array, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her golden eyes dimmed a lot. Not only her, but everyone who was maintaining the array also suffered some backlash. Zai's delicate body also swayed, but she was still desperately releasing energy. She didn't take a step back. Break for me! Yun Nuoxing looked up to the sky and roared, desperately outputting energy. His entire body emitted starlight. The black light flickered like the stars in the night sky. In his lower abdomen, the purplish-black energy crystal suddenly unsealed. The vast energy filled every part of his body. The golden energy beam that was constantly retreating, however, was still constantly retreating. Break! Yun Nuoxing's hoarse roar came from the sea of golden light that filled the sky. Too much energy filled her body. She couldn't send it all out. At the same time, it filled her soul. Suddenly, a burst of music came from between her eyebrows. A mark floated up and down. If it wasn't for the mark carved by Xianin, her soul would have collapsed in an instant. However, her body would collapse sooner or later. Break! 2 lines of golden blood tears flowed from her eyes. 6 golden wings spread out. Her mind and the external energy became much clearer. Yun Nuashing didn't care about the consequences and mobilized the external energy to resist the attack together. "Little star, you're committing suicide," Zi Yi exclaimed when she saw this. She wanted to go over and stop him, but her footsteps were restrained. If she were to let go, then the pillar of light would instantly attack her. Without the energy of a god emperor, it would lose almost all of its power. Why the F***CK did you bring only one eternal weapon? Is there nothing else? Jin Jinwang's veins bulged as he held the small golden bottle. He roared so much that he even stuck out his tongue. How the F***CK would I know that such a F***king melodramatic thing would happen before we even entered? I F***king forgot to bring an eternal weapon. Who the F***CK would bring 9 eternal weapons to the ruins. Lei Tion's expression was ferocious. He cursed at the top of his voice. His whole body flashed with electricity as he released energy as if it was free. This F***king dog gave me a chance to turn back time. I F***king dog will bring another eternal weapon. F***CK dog. Hua Zhu was so angry that she was delirious. The flames on her body jumped wildly, almost burning Yao Hua and the others. You F***king dog. Yao Hua took the time to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead and couldn't help but complain. Is this the F***king time to complain? You F***king break for me. Little star can't hold on any longer. The beautiful woman hurriedly glanced at Yun Nuashing. When she saw Yun Nuashing's dark green Mei-Mao slowly moving toward the side where the balance collapsed, she naturally knew that he was in a bad situation. I F***king dog. Tao Tai. I F***king won't let you off in this life. Yun Nuashing felt a tearing sensation all over her body. Her eyes were bloodshot as she cursed at the phantom of Tao Tai, making everyone blush with shame. However, no matter how strenuous it was for everyone to shout and curse, that black energy pillar still continued to spread towards them, making everyone's complexion turn pale. Even with the combined strength of so many people, they still couldn't resist it. This Tao Tai was just an illusion. How powerful was it? Was the gap between the gods really impossible to make up for? I'm going to kill you. A golden aura exploded with the aura of stars. Yun Nuashing's handsome face was ferocious. She touched her chest and took out the swirling zither. The moment the swirling zither was taken out, the netherworld ruin sword flew back instantly. Then she took out a huge scarlet cross and slapped it into the array. Yun Nuashing had never used this weapon before because it was only half a weapon. It couldn't be contained in the godly body. Now that the netherworld ruined sword was taken back, she needed a weapon to replace it. Tao Tai, we have a huge grudge against each other. Looking at the swirling zither, Yun Nuashing gritted her teeth and grabbed it. With a swipe of her hand, one of the 3 silver-blue rune chains quietly broke open. An unusually vast amount of energy suddenly shot into the sky. This energy was so terrifying that everyone in the northern wilderness and even the entire god realm could clearly feel it. An eternal divine weapon. Everyone was shocked. They recognized the unique aura immediately. Moreover, it was definitely many times stronger than the golden bottle in their hands. However, they didn't have time to say anything. They all put their lives on the line to defend themselves. I'll use the netherworld ruin sword as my bow. I'll kill you. Yun Nuashing was so angry that he almost lost his mind. The swirling zither didn't need a bow to play at all. Otherwise, Xian Yin wouldn't have refused to give him a bow. Now he was using the Netherworld Ruin sword as his bow. This was crazy. Yun Nuashing held the swirling zither in his left hand. His right hand was still holding onto Xian's little hand. However, he couldn't care too much at this moment. The explosion of the energy crystal had allowed him to instantly reach the level of a god emperor. Now that he was using the Netherworld Ruin sword to play the swirling zither, the power was unimaginable. Wang! The Netherworld Ruin sword gently plucked the 9 strings of the zither. The 2 divine weapons released an irresistible pressure. A note turned into a solid sound wave. It was this simple note that made everyone feel a deep sense of fear from the depths of their souls. Bang! Boom! The world seemed to have turned black and came to a standstill. At this moment, an eternity, only a sound wave that shattered eternity, traveled to the end of the horizon at a speed far exceeding that of light. At this moment, the entire space of the world was like a piece of rotten paper, shattering with a loud bang. Wang! Boom! A beautiful melody slowly floated in the world. The faint divine sound contained the power of 10,000 Daos. In an instant, even the sun and the moon bloomed with an incomparably blazing light. They were drawn into this melody and played together. The murderous aura filled the entire world, causing the void space to collapse. The golden time barrier shattered with a loud bang, and a layer of purple barrier stood quietly like an amethyst. Roar! The sound wave seemed to have passed through eternity and directly hit the Taoyes phantom. Suddenly, a mournful roar shook the heavens and earth. However, it was strangled by the divine sound. Wang! Yun Nuashing's entire body emitted a dazzling light. A monstrous pressure spread from the whirlpool zither. As the notes floated out, it seemed to crush the entire space. Countless space-time turbulence rippled out from the time barrier. Even the purple barrier rippled. The purple light rippled quietly and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Roar! Almost at the second pull of the Nethervoid sword, the Tao Tai phantom let out a mournful roar. The black energy beam was immediately dispersed. Then the golden energy beam ruthlessly blasted forward at lightning speed. Roar! After being heavily injured in succession, the Tao Tai phantom let out a final roar. A melody swept out like lightning. The black gas and the black sea that enveloped the entire shrine were completely dispersed at this moment. The phantom roared and blurred. Finally, it turned into a light spot and dissipated in the world. Let's go! After the Tao Tai phantom dissipated, the world slowly returned to its original state. Yun Nuashing widened her eyes and roared. The light element was pushed to the extreme. She took the entire ship and crashed into the shrine at the speed of light. Boom! The huge ship crashed into the dilapidated shrine with a scarlet cross. Countless rocks flew everywhere. The dozens of people were thrown into the shrine like a bunch of rocks. Chapter 320. The first seal of the whirlpool zither has been undone. In a white palace, a beautiful girl in a long white dress suddenly stood up from the sofa. The ancient book in her hand fell to the side, and her long silver hair flowed behind her. She was as ethereal as a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. There was a hint of nervousness on her gentle and beautiful face. Her long hair that fell on her hips swayed without any wind. Her silver eyes looked in the direction of the divine land, and there was a hint of worry in them. The ripples of the whirlpool zither and the Nethervoid sword. Big brother, are you all right? The girl couldn't help but clench her hands and sigh. Who else could it be other than Xianin, who had Yun Nuashing in her heart? The whirlpool zither was her godhead weapon. She was the first person to sense it after the seal was undone. If Yun Nuashing had to use the whirlpool zither, it meant that something dangerous had forced him into a corner. The life imprint has dimmed. Big brother is most likely in danger. Xian Yin touched the imprint on her slender neck and felt the weak ripples. Mei Mao's expression turned cold and a little murderous. Then, She regained her anxious expression and stomped her feet. Although she wanted to rush to China, it wasn't convenient for her to move at this time. She could only pace back and forth. Big brother, please be fine. Xian Yin sighed in the end. Although she knew that Yun Nuashing had a life contract with her, and Yun Nuashing would be fine as long as she didn't die, she still couldn't help praying. Then she pressed her hand on the imprint on her neck, and some energy, light rose from her palm. Strands of energy followed the imprint and transmitted to Yun Nuashing, who was countless miles away. Only the gods had this kind of ability. What's wrong, Yinin? Why did you have such a big reaction? Next to Xianin, a girl in a red and white robe was curled up on the sofa and taking a nap. She was woken up by Xian Yin's big movement. She rubbed her bright red and messy hair and muttered unhappily. Ah, Xian Yin, who was transmitting energy to Yun Nuashing in the distance, was startled by the sudden sound. She quickly put down her lily-white hand and smiled faintly. It's nothing. I suddenly remembered that it's time to take care of that sea of flowers. The girl in the red and white robe wrinkled her little nose. Her slightly immature voice was weak as she replied, I'll go and also take care of my... Without waiting for Xian Yin's reply, he fell asleep again. Xian Yin shook her head in amusement, then walked towards the back door of the palace. Her two corset belts fluttered in the air, making her look like a fairy taking a stroll. Boom! The scarlet cross penetrated the walls of the temple with a huge impact. Two godly materials above level 11 collided directly. Even though the temple was immortal, it was unknown how many stone pillars were smashed through before the behemoth that was charging at the speed of light stopped. The already dilapidated temple became even more dilapidated. The Scarlet Cross and the Dragon Xian, silver flashed for a moment, then turned into a ray of light and retreated back into Yun Nuashing's body. Relying on the inertia, everyone was slammed into the wall. After all, the speed of light was too fast, and there was no way to stop. It was already a good thing that they didn't go through the wall. Fortunately, the wall was sturdy enough. Otherwise, they would have really gone through it. Ouch! Little boy! Little boy! Yuan Qian had just come back to her senses. She endured the pain that came from all over her body. She hurriedly pushed herself out of the wall and then hurriedly shouted. At the last moment, she clearly saw the moment when the light around Yun Nuashing's body dissipated. The white light was dazzling. Little star! The beautiful woman from the Divine Wood Temple also shouted. Then she waved her hand and removed the dozens of shrimps that were embedded in the wall. She hurriedly led everyone into the temple inside. Splash! In the temple that was slightly flooded, the dozens of people hurriedly ran. Their feet stepped on the water, and they didn't have time to care about the splashing water on their pants. They hurriedly ran deeper into the temple. They saw Yun Nuashing shoot straight into the temple, like a cannonball shooting straight into a bull's eye. In a secret chamber, a big hole was blasted in the wall. It seemed like something had crashed into it and directly penetrated the wall. In the secret chamber, Yun Nuashing, whose white hair was shining faintly, was lying on the shallow water. Her consciousness was scattered. Xian, Zai, and Ming were beside her. They were all very anxious, even though they were all injured. Little star, nothing will happen to you. What will I do if something happens to you? Xian was panicking and didn't know what to do as she hugged Yun Nuashing's gradually cooling head. Little star, you're an idiot. Zai was also as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It wasn't easy for him to seal the rampaging energy crystal. But now he discovered that his life force source was actually showing signs of dimming. He didn't know what to do at all. Although the spiritual items contained in the spiritual godly body could provide him with energy and life force, Yun Nuashing hadn't developed the latter function yet. At this moment, it was as good as nothing. Big brother, hurry and get up. Ming grabbed Yun Nuashing's hand and couldn't stop her tears from falling down. Sister Zai, what should we do? Little stars, life force source. Xian knew of Zai's existence and wasn't surprised at this moment. It should be said that all her thoughts were on Yun Nuashing and didn't have time to be surprised. She was so anxious that she was out of her wits and could only feel the body temperature of the person in her arms gradually decreasing. I don't know either. This idiot actually used up all his life force. Zai was so anxious that she was a little irritated. Her wet dress clung tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her graceful curves. Her full breasts were constantly moving up and down with her anxious breathing. Her purple hair stuck to her dress, and a faint layer of water vapor stuck to her body. She looked very alluring. Of course, the unconscious Yun Nuashing wouldn't be able to enjoy such a scene. Little girl, transfer your life force source to Little Star. Zai stomped her foot and splashed water onto the ceiling. Then she hurriedly said, this was the only way she could think of. The vitality in her body was slowly being drawn out as Yun Nuashing weakened. It was also helping to repair her, but it still wasn't enough. Vitality was a little different from life force and couldn't be completely replenished. Fortunately, Yun Nuashing didn't use her life force source. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to replenish it at all. When Xian heard this, her beautiful face turned red. However, she didn't hesitate at all. She raised her head slightly and took a light breath. Then, she hurriedly pressed her small mouth against Yun Nuashing's lips. A green light flowed out of her body and through their mouths. It was transferred into Yun Nuashing's body. When she did this, a small tuft of her long, dark purple hair slowly turned grayish-white. However, this rich life force didn't change much when it entered Yun Nuashing's body. Her long, white hair was still white. When Xian saw this, she steeled her heart and directly increased the transfer of her life force. In just a moment, half of her beautiful long hair had turned white. If Zai hadn't hurriedly stopped her, she probably would have directly transferred all her life force to Yun Nuashing. All right, don't lose. Otherwise, you'll collapse again when Dumb Star wakes up. When she heard this, Xian had no choice but to stop. However, when she saw that Yun Nuashing's long hair had only recovered a little, she immediately frowned. She didn't know why it didn't have any effect. As a spiritual divine body, Little Star's life force is too exuberant. Even though you have the 5 elements body, it can't be linked to life force. Zai sighed and explained, Little boy. At this moment, Yuan Qian and the others, who had gone all the way, finally found Yun Nuashing. When she saw how weak she was, she didn't care that she was also very weak. She immediately rushed over and pressed her palm against his chest to transfer some energy. Little Star. The beautiful woman and the other god kings were also very anxious. If Yun Nuashing died so easily, the Hall Master and the others would flip the realm of the gods upside down. Just as everyone was about to die from anxiety, a musical mark suddenly lit up on Yun Nuashing's neck. Then, an unusually vast amount of energy suddenly exploded and carefully poured into Yun Nuashing's body. Everyone was shocked, but they saw that Yun Nuashing's long white hair in an instant had returned to a light purple color, and that weak aura had also instantly become abundant, causing everyone to be stunned. Ha! Suddenly, Yun Nuashing opened his mouth and yawned. Then he rubbed his eyes and saw everyone's stunned expressions. He couldn't help but be stunned. He blinked his eyes and saw his posture. His handsome face blushed, and he hurriedly pulled Xian to his feet. He smiled and said, What's wrong with you guys? Where are we now? Everyone was stunned when they heard his laughter. They didn't understand what had just happened. There was a flash of light, and Yun Nuashing revived with full health on the spot, as if he had drunk dragon's blood. Little Star, are you all right? Zai looked at him suspiciously. He grabbed him and looked him up and down. Then he asked with a strange expression, Am I all right? Yun Nuashing scratched his head and said, I should be fine. How long have I been sleeping? He knew that he had risked his life and even thrown out the swirling zither. He must have been seriously injured. It was just that he didn't know how long it had taken for him to recover. Everyone had strange expressions and said, You revived in an instant. It didn't take long. Yun Yun Nuashing was stunned. He smiled and said, "What do you mean?" Everyone's expressions became even more strange. They looked at Yun Nuashing a few times and frowned. One of them said, "You don't know what happened to you." Yun Nuashing looked at himself in confusion. He realized that the divine artifact was still there. The Nethervoid sword was still there. The Linghong sword was still there. The swirling zither was still there. Then he shook his head and said, "Nothing happened." "Oh, Everyone was confused. Zai and the others were also a little confused. They didn't know what had happened to Yun Nuashing just now. He had returned with full health in an instant. Who cares? In the end, Yun Nuashing clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Since we're already here, let's not waste any more time. Let's take a look around the shrine before anyone else comes in." After he finished speaking, he smoothly grabbed Zien and took the lead to run ahead. Yi helplessly spread his hands and turned into a flame that returned to his body. This made the people behind him feel a little helpless, and they slowly followed after him. Yun Nuashing slowed down when he saw that they were some distance away from the others. He looked at Zien, who was smiling faintly, and said, "Little girl, it's all thanks to you just now." Zien was stunned. She didn't expect him to suddenly say that. "That pure life force was yours, wasn't it? I felt your aura." Yun Nuashing sighed and touched her soft hair. He could still see the pale half of her hair. "Yeah." Zien blushed when she heard him mention what happened just now. Then she nodded gently. Yun Nuashing saw this and chuckled. He said, "Let's go. Let's see what's so special about the Tana's water god shrine that we spent so much effort to enter." Chapter 321. Let's split up. It's hard to move with too many people. When they reached a fork, Jin Jinwang stopped everyone and smiled. There were more than 30 people here. Although it was safe to stay together, their efficiency was much slower. There were still people outside who were eyeing them covetously. At this moment, they were one step ahead and had the upper hand. They had to make good use of it. Well, there's strength in numbers. Let's loot this place first, and let the people who come in later cry. Yun Nuashing agreed very much and nodded with a sinister smile. She rubbed her palms together and looked like a demon with horns on her head. Everyone was speechless. "Here, this is for you." Yun Nuashing smiled and took out the map of the Tana's water god temple. Then she tapped her finger on the map and turned it into 2 streams of light that shot into the minds of Jin Jinwang and Yuan Qian's 4th uncle to engrave the map. "This is the map of the Tana's water god temple." The two were stunned for a moment and quickly took a look. Then they gasped. Their horrified voices made everyone stunned. They didn't know where Yun Nuashing got the map. This was a relic from the mythological era, and it was all they knew. It was impossible for there to be such a thing as a map. It was true that all the things from the mythological era had disappeared, but there were still some things that had escaped the calamity of time and remained. So it was not surprising that they found it occasionally. However, it was a map. It was not scientific. "Let's go. Don't waste time. Let's gather at the main hall." Yun Nuashing waved her hand and didn't explain anything. She led Zien and the others into a passage first. Her loud laughter pulled the shocked crowd back to their senses. Then they smiled bitterly and walked out in 3 different directions. "Little boy, wait for me." Seeing Yun Nuashing and Yuan Shi leaving together, Yuan Qian hurriedly called out. Then she stuck her tongue out at Yuan Qi and the others and followed them. The people behind her could only shake their heads helplessly and sigh that this girl's soul had run away with that guy. They were not worried that Yun Nuashing and the others would act alone. They had an emperor god with them, who was more useful than them. Moreover, Yun Nuashing had the swirling zither. They still remembered the aura of the eternal magic weapon. Yun Nuashing looked at the map and identified the direction. Then she led a few people and rushed straight to the reincarnation lake. She was still very concerned about the word reincarnation. Moreover, there were a few places marked with names. Since this was the first stop, it was quite convenient to go there. As for the main hall, it was in the innermost place. She definitely wouldn't be the first to rush in. Along the way, they kept flying. In the empty passageway, even the pearls on the walls had lost their luster over the years. However, the icy blue walls automatically emitted light, and this passageway was also very bright. However, it was too empty, and there was nothing. In the icy blue, mirror-like passageway, there were only 5 people from Yun Nua planet flying. It was lifeless, and only 1 or 2 rays of sunlight shone in from the tattered ceiling. Not long after, everyone rushed out of the passage. The scenery in front of them was brand new. It was as if they had rushed into a mountain forest. Boundless vitality swayed all over the mountains and plains. A huge ancient tree seemed to be standing between heaven and earth. The condensed vitality turned into a small ball of light floating in the air. For a moment, Yun Nuashing thought that she had seen the glories will tree again. This scene was too similar. However, before they could take a second look, they suddenly swayed and fell from the sky. Their connection with the wind element was cut off. They couldn't fly here. This space is a little too big. Yen sized up the surroundings for a while and said in surprise, although it seemed to be tens of thousands of feet long and wide from the outside, it seemed like another small world when they came in. They couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. Moreover, there was a blue sky and white clouds in this place. Moreover, there wasn't any stagnant water underground. Yun Nuashing raised her head and looked at the huge tree that towered into the clouds. She then lowered her head and saw a huge lake. It was sparkling and translucent, emitting a sparkling and translucent luster. It shone brightly in the distance, like a glass mirror. The reincarnation lake. Does such a heaven-defying thing really exist? Yun Nuashing couldn't help but murmur. The reincarnation lake was one of the rarest things in the world. It was ranked 6th on the list of heavenly treasures. According to legends, it could see through a person's past life, present life, and future life. It was very illusory. Let's go and take a look. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but feel a little excited. Even she was very curious about her past. She came here because she knew that the reincarnation lake could see through one's past life and present life. Everyone jogged over with her and came to the side of the glassy lake. Only at such a close distance could they clearly see how huge the tree was. It was 10,000 feet tall. Yun Nuashing and the others stood below it. It was like ants looking at a giant. An ancient and desolate aura drowned them. Mirror. Xian looked around and pinched her palm. Then she pointed at a mirror beside the lake in the distance and said to Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing and the others also looked over. They were stunned for a moment. A mirror appearing in this place seemed a little out of place. The few of them walked over curiously. The mirror was as tall as a person and could reflect 2 people. The patterns around it were very beautiful and very mysterious. Through the evil spirit eye, Yun Nuashing could see some incomparably complicated arrays and talismans that were constantly circulating. The degree of complexity made him feel dizzy just by looking at it. He was so shocked that he hurriedly closed his eyes. Yuan Qian blinked her Meimao. When she saw the mirror, she was inexplicably excited. She walked in front of it and lifted her white dress to twirl around. She was like a lively fairy, ethereal and self-admiring. Then she smiled sweetly and asked Yun Nuashing, "Little boy, do I look good?" "Okay." Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. Then she looked at it seriously and nodded. "Stop twirling around. That's not how you use a mirror." At this time, Ziyi angrily complained. Her coquettish voice made Yuan Qian's body tremble. She awkwardly stopped and blinked her Meimao to look at Yun Nuashing. "Look at your soul," Ziyi said when she saw her looking over in confusion. Upon hearing this, the few of them hurriedly looked at the mirror, only to discover that Yuan Qian's forehead was emitting specks of light. Within her forehead, a transparent and pure soul quietly floated. There was a palm-sized millstone that looked like a golden rudder. This rudder rotated within the soul, its entire body emitting a flawless golden glow. This is... Everyone asked curiously, what did this rudder mean? Even Elder Yu Qing and the others widened their eyes. They had never seen such a magical thing. The reincarnation disc. It records the number of times a person reincarnates. Every time a person reincarnates, there will be a black mark left on the reincarnation disc that will never disappear. Back then, I happened to see the reincarnation lake, but it wasn't in this place, Ziyi said indifferently. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly looked at the reincarnation disc. They watched it spin in a circle, but they didn't see a single black spot that was emitting a resplendent light. Oh, it's actually a newborn person. How rare. You have to know that many people have already lived a few reincarnations, or should I say a few lives. It's rare to see someone who hasn't experienced reincarnation, Z said in surprise as he looked through Yun Nuoxing's eyes. Is there really such a thing as reincarnation in this world? Yuan Qian wrinkled her nose and asked, Of course. The underworld is the home of all living things, and reincarnation is the journey of all living things. You probably haven't heard of this before. Z nodded and said, However, every time a person enters reincarnation, they will completely forget everything about their previous life. It's almost impossible to wake them up. Of course, it's not impossible to wake them up. At the very least, it's a method that can only be mastered by a god. When the few of them heard this, they were all a little shocked. Yun Nuoxing even thought of something. Under the swaying golden and silver divine spirit tree, balls of light filled the sky. The god in white, the god of destruction, San Yan Luxing, turned into a rain of light under the tree and dissipated into the world. Could it be that she had also entered reincarnation? Since Ziyi said that he could awaken the memories of his previous life, wasn't that a disguised resurrection? Then was it possible for such a person to be revived? The gods of the mythological era, those experts who had died countless years ago, would one day come back to life. When they thought up to here, Yun Nuoxing and Zi Yan both shuddered. Obviously, they'd thought of the same thing. However, Ziya's next words caused them to heave sighs of relief. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Although there is a way to awaken the memories of one's previous life, it's very difficult. Moreover, the Yuan realm is vast. Reincarnation may not necessarily bring one back to the realm of the gods, Zi said with a smile. It won't come back to the realm of the gods. The two of them were stunned. The Yuan realm was vast, and there were countless planes. Countless worlds on the timeline intersected to form an endless world. Could it be that reincarnation was not fixed? That's more or less what I mean. Sensing the fluctuations in his emotions, Ziyi nodded and said, With so many worlds, reincarnation is also uncertain. Moreover, even if a god is resurrected through reincarnation, he no longer has divine power. If he reincarnates to the lower realm and recovers his memories, he won't be able to return to the realm of the gods. The two of them came to a realization and nodded. After Yuan Qian, she also went up to take a look. Even Ziyan and Ming looked curiously. They found that other than Ming, all the rudders were golden. There was not a single black mark. This made Ziyi a little speechless. He kept muttering to himself, Could it be that my memory was wrong? Weren't newborn people rare now? Splash the water from the reincarnation lake on the mirror. A little less will allow you to see the past life. A little more will allow you to see the future. I'm not sure how much will be splashed in the future, Zi said and laughed in embarrassment. When they heard this, Yuan Qian pushed Yuan Shi away and stood in front of the mirror. Her eager look made them a little speechless. However, they also stretched their necks curiously, wanting to see what they could see. Yuan Qian stood in front of the mirror and thought for a while. Then she nodded. With a wave of her hand, she splashed a full 50 kilograms of water on the mirror. Everyone was speechless. Was she trying to see the distant future? After the reincarnation mirror was splashed with water, The surface of the mirror wriggled slightly. Ripples spread out from the center of the mirror. A moment later, an extremely blurry image appeared. Except for Yuan Qian, everyone moved back a little to avoid being caught in the reflection. That would not be accurate. A moment later, the image became clear. The image shook twice, and when it was completely stable, Yuan Qian could see it clearly. In the image, she was wearing a snow-white dress. She had matured a lot and become more beautiful and charming. Her hair was tied up into an elegant phoenix hairpin. Her black armor wrapped around her slender body vividly. She held a long spear in her hand. What made her most excited was that Yun Nuoxing was also standing beside her. Zian and Lian Yaohua were also there. Or rather, everyone was there. The image changed very quickly. This image stopped for less than a second and then changed. Then, the next image showed a woman standing among the stars. Before they could see clearly, the image flashed again. In the last image, they only saw a bright white figure with her back facing the image. In her line of sight, there was an endless sea of stars. Buzz. The image stopped here. Yuan Qian was stunned for a long time. The image just flashed too quickly, and she did not have time to watch it completely. What the hell? It's gone. Chapter 3:23. Ziyi was also speechless. The speed at which the images were flashing was not something an ordinary person could see. Seeing that Yuan Qian was about to try again, Ziyi hurriedly stopped her. How long would it take to play like this? Don't look at it too much. Although it won't affect this life much, there's no point in playing like this. Yuan Qian also knew this. She could only pout and step back. Then, she grabbed Yuan Shi and pushed him in front of the mirror. Without any explanation, she picked up 1,000 pounds of water and slapped it on the mirror. After being washed by the 1,000 pounds of water, the mirror began to ripple slowly. Yuan Shi smiled helplessly. He hadn't even thought of what he wanted to see, and she had already poured 1,000 pounds of water on it. What did she want to see? However, even though he was helpless, he still opened his eyes wide and stared at the mirror without blinking. The others also stretched their necks, trying to see clearly. Scenes flashed quickly, causing them to be dazzled. It seemed that there was too much water, and it was directly pushed to an unknown future. Only then did Yun Nuoxing open his eyes wide and slowed down these scenes by a lot. However, even so, only a few scenes were recovered because it was too fast, and before everyone could see it clearly, it returned to the normal mirror surface. Ah! Yuan Shi's eyes widened and his jaw dropped to the ground. He didn't see anything. Look here. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand. She knew that they definitely didn't see clearly and used her evil spirit eye to transmit the images. In the images, Yuan Shi was wearing a purple gold crown. In the starry sky, he was holding a huge furnace and fighting with a person. In the other images, they saw a vast and boundless grassland and forest. There was a shrine in the distance and a huge ancient tree that reached the clouds, shining with a rainbow light. This time, they didn't see anyone else. It was just Yuan Shi alone. It should be said that there was someone in one of the images. Everyone was confused. They couldn't tell where this place was, and they couldn't recognize the tree. After Yuan Shi stepped back, Ming hopped and ran to the front. Then he fetched about a few liters of water with his small hands and carefully splashed it. So little. It depends on the previous life. Ziyi had always felt that this girl was very mysterious. She had actually appeared in person. Then, she stretched out her jade-like neck to take a look. This time around, the four of them hurriedly made preparations to record those scenes. After everyone had finished capturing the images and pieced them together, they replayed a few things. In the image, there was a tall and beautiful woman holding a huge sword. 2 streams of golden blood flowed down her forehead. In the collapsed starry sky, there was a person shrouded in mist. Then, a blinding light filled the entire image. The last photo was a bit heartwarming. The woman was lying on the grass in front of the lake with another person. The two of them were leaning against each other. However, that person's appearance was covered by a cloud of fog. Only a head of long black hair could be seen. It seemed like it could not be seen. However, everyone guessed that this person should be a man. Gone again! Everyone's faces twitched. What the hell was this? They couldn't even see the cause and effect clearly. Yu Xiao hesitated for a moment before walking over. She didn't show any mercy. Just like Yuan Qian, she fetched 100 liters of water and gently poured it on the mirror. The mirror immediately flickered rapidly. In the first image that was captured, a huge door appeared. There were 3 people standing in front of the door in a triangular formation. Their hands were forming seals. The second image was in a galaxy. A woman in white was holding a man's arm. They were smiling happily under the starry sky. As for the man's appearance, they had already seen it. It was the same person that they saw in Yuan Shi's image. The third image was in a palace. The woman was wearing a red dress. Her head was covered with a red cloth. She stood side by side with the man. The palace was filled with people. There were Yun Nuoxing and the others, as well as Jin Jinwang and the others. Many people were shouting excitedly, "Hey, hey, hey, hey! You two are good. Should I start shouting and sending out the wedding invitations now?" Upon seeing this, Yun Nuoxing suddenly laughed sinisterly. She looked at Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao. As expected, both of them were blushing. Even the usually indifferent Yu Xiao was as red as an apple. Who could remain calm after seeing this? Everyone laughed out loud and congratulated them. The two of them were very embarrassed. Kid from the Yuan family, it seems like this matter is already set in stone. However, you have to work harder. Don't let this image disturb you. If the future is changed, I'll see how you cry. Elder Yu Qing smiled and nodded. She patted him with her jade-like hand. I'll work hard. Yuan Shi nodded and said helplessly. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xian also walked forward. She wanted to see the future. The water that she splashed was no less than the water that Yuan Qian splashed the second time. Everyone's jaws dropped. Images flashed past quickly. Everyone tried their best to capture the images. Then they let them float in the air. This time, everyone used all their strength to capture more images. In the first scene, an exceptionally beautiful woman in purple stood in the middle of a huge magic array. 5 different colored balls of light flickered, illuminating her to be extremely mysterious and beautiful. The deep purple hair that reached her knees clearly showed her identity. The 5 elements body has been restored. Upon seeing this image, Yun Nuoxing cried out in relief. Xian also blinked at Mei Mao curiously. In the other image, she was sitting together with a white-haired man who was so beautiful that even women would be jealous of him. He was so beautiful that even heaven and earth would not tolerate him. They were sitting on a huge, unknown black object. The background was a brilliant starry sky. When they saw this man, they quickly looked at Yun Nuoxing. They sized up his handsome face and then looked at the image. They nodded and said in unison, very similar. There's a bit of an outline. It must be you. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. In the other image, the 2 people they just saw were holding hands. They looked at each other and smiled. The entire world was shining. White hair and dark purple hair danced in the wind. Their clothes were torn, and they looked a little miserable. Let me. Just as Yun Nuoxing was curious and wanted to walk in front of the mirror to pry into the secrets of heaven, Zi pushed him and stood in front of the mirror. Then he took less than 5 kilograms of water and splashed it on it. I want to see which bastard sealed me for such a long time, Zi said straightforwardly. The others laughed dryly. The images fluctuated. This time the images flickered more slowly, allowing them to capture more than a dozen images. After removing a few images that were all vast and boundless, showing the glimmering starry sky, they took out other meaningful images. In the image, purple flames enveloped a region of the sky, and below it was an unknown city. When the second image appeared, it already had a person's physical body. A person whose face could not be seen stood in front of her, with colorful hair fluttering in the wind. In one of the images, Ziyi was crying and hugging the person with the colorful hair. Mei Mao showed some reluctance and unwillingness. Then she saw a strange life formation seal her, and she fell into a deep sleep. "Zi, didn't you say that person was crying? Why are you crying?" Yun Nuashing could not help but laugh when he saw it. In the beginning, this person had said that the person who sealed her was crying. He did not expect her to cry as well. Ah! Ziyi opened her mouth, and 2 suspicious blushes appeared on her face. She jumped over in a panic and used her body to block the mirror. She shouted, "Don't look, don't look. This is fake, it's not real." Uff! The others covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. Then they looked away, as if they did not see anything. This made her angry. Ahaha! Yun Nuashing laughed loudly. He patted her head and said with a smile, "Little Yi, there's no need to be embarrassed. There's no need to treat me like an outsider." Ziyi wanted to cry, but with her head patted, she could not do anything. She glanced at the person with the colorful hair and thought for a moment. Then she said, "Little star, is that you?" "How would I know?" Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it was really him, he probably had swallowed dozens of types of flames or demonic lightning, or contained some strange energy to have such an effect. In the end, Yun Nuashing slowly walked forward. He looked at the mirror and took a deep breath. Then he straightened his expression. Just as he was about to take the water from the reincarnation lake, he was frightened by a scream and stopped. "Little star, your reincarnation disc. Why is it black?" Xian, who was the first to discover it, covered her mouth in shock. Her bright eyes widened, and she looked incredulous. Yun Nuashing was shocked. He quickly raised his head to look at the spot between his eyebrows. He found that the rudder did not look different from the others, but it was black. Even the light it emitted was black. He could not help but widen his eyes. He did not understand why his reincarnation disc was like this. "Z, what's going on?" Yun Nuashing slowly retracted his hand. He looked at the reincarnation disc that was so black that it made one's heart palpitate. He could not help but ask. Ziyi frowned when she saw it. She fell into deep thought. When the others saw her in deep thought, they did not say anything. After waiting like this for a few minutes, she sighed. Some flames surged in Mei Mao's eyes. Then she looked at the rudder and blinked. An image was projected from her eyes into the void and magnified. Hiss! When everyone saw Yun Nuashing's wheel of samsara being enlarged, they hurriedly opened their eyes wide. After that, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Ziye's pretty face turned pale from fright. Yun Nuashing even swallowed his saliva fiercely. He was just short of jumping into the samsara lake to sober up. That black was the color of the reincarnation disc that was engraved by countless reincarnation seals. Countless reincarnation seals were engraved on the golden reincarnation disc, covering it completely. Even the bright golden color was covered. There was not a single trace of yellow. If one were to magnify it a few thousand times, they would see that there were countless ravines and pits on the reincarnation disc. Every corner of the golden reincarnation disc was occupied by reincarnation seals, so even the light was black. Everyone covered their mouths in shock. How many times had she reincarnated? How many times have I reincarnated? Yun Nuashing murmured the thoughts in everyone's mind. The reincarnation seals were a little terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made everyone's hearts turn cold. No one knew how long it took for a person to reincarnate, but it definitely took a very long time before they could be reincarnated. And on this reincarnation disc, it was probably close to 10,000 lives. Retracting her hand, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. She had only taken a drop of water from the reincarnation lake. If there was a threshold for viewing the past life and the future, then this drop of water should be able to see a very distant past life, right? Little star, past life. It's better if you don't look at it. Suddenly, Zai grabbed her hand and shook her head with a serious expression. She was a little worried. Although viewing the past life and the future would not cause too much of a difference in the current life, Yun Nuashing's situation was too special. She had reincarnated for thousands of years. No one could imagine what would happen with this drop of water. When Yun Nuashing heard this, she sighed and patted her head. She gave them a reassuring smile and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." After saying that, she took a deep breath and tapped lightly with her finger. That drop of water fell into the mirror. Ripples spread out, and then a bright light suddenly bloomed. Buzz! Countless images jumped out from the mirror. It was as if tens of thousands of worlds had bloomed. They were all playing slowly. Tens of thousands of images surrounded everyone. Those images were so realistic that they left everyone speechless. Thousands of images. These are all of Little Star's past? Zai's eyes widened when she saw those images. Some of the images were very bloody. In the images, a man wielded a huge sword and walked with blood. Even the sky was dyed a bright red. There was also a vast and boundless starry sky. Heaven and earth seemed to be collapsing. The starry sky was shattering, and the entire world was falling apart. Yun Nuashing only focused on the largest image in the middle. Her pupils constricted. In the image, the coquettish man had a head of fiery red hair and a pair of reddish-black wings that were thousands of feet wide. Behind him, a monstrous golden sea of fire covered the starry sky. He was floating outside a pyramid-like world. The image changed. The man's clothes were as white as snow. He was as ethereal as an immortal. He held a zither and floated in the sky. Beneath his feet was a dreamlike continent. It looked like an archipelago. The huge island in the center was surrounded by 4 smaller islands. Then the image changed again. A godlike figure soared into the sky with a sword in his hand. Black fog rushed out from his body, and tens of thousands of weapons floated around him. The image continued to change. In a huge world, a snow-white palace stood. A few people could be vaguely seen on it. "I want you to walk through this vast and boundless world with me." This was a scene on a rainy night. A man who seemed to have lost his soul walked into an alley and hugged a young girl. He muttered weakly. This scene made Yun Nuashing's heart twitch. He vaguely remembered this scene. That girl seemed to be Xian Yin. The vastness of the world is but a snap of the fingers. Before the world was born, I was born. I am the world, and I am the king. Defiant of fate, you will be punished by the eternal flames of calamity. Kill me. Otherwise, I will bury this world with you. On the day I return to the world, all the realms in the heavens will bow at my feet. The roars were transmitted to their ears through the image. It was as if they were imprinted in the void. It made their emotions surge. It was as if they were there in person and had seen the arrogant man with their own eyes. That shocking and angry voice seemed to come from the depths of his soul. It made those who heard it tremble. Crack! A crisp sound pulled everyone's attention back. A crack had suddenly appeared on the reincarnation mirror and spread across the entire mirror. The many images had also completely blurred at this moment and dissipated with the wind. Chapter 3:24. Even the reincarnation mirror was shattered. Hearing this shattering sound, Zai shuddered and hurriedly pulled his mind back. Seeing the mirror covered with spider webs, the cracking sound made everyone a little sluggish. For this mirror to be preserved from that distant era until now, it was at least at the level of an eternal divine weapon. Today, it was actually shattered by some memories from who knows how many years ago. It was simply absurd. Looking at the lake, the world, and the forest that was still the same, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt a little absent-minded. Although he saw so many scenes emerging, his memory did not change at all, and there was no sign of it recovering. It's better to look at this life. At this time, Yun Nuashing only had this one sentence in his heart. He was a little regretful that he did not see the things of this life. He was shocked by the black reincarnation disc and only wanted to see the things of the previous life. For a moment, he forgot his original intention. "Little star, are you okay?" Seeing his sluggish look, Xian was a little worried. She hurriedly went forward to support him, holding his hand and asking worriedly, "I'm fine. I forgot to look at the things of this life. I never thought that the mirror would shatter." Yun Nuashing shook his head and smiled lightly, as if what he saw had nothing to do with him. Hearing this, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She touched his head with her jade hand and smiled gently, saying, "It's okay. No matter what happened in the previous life, in this life, little star is little star. No matter now or in the future, you are you." Hearing this, everyone nodded. The things of the previous life were in the past. They could only look at them as if they were reading a story. They could not let it disturb the pace of the present life. Yun Nuashing nodded. His gaze paused and said, "Zai, what are you doing?" Everyone was stunned and hurriedly turned their heads, only to see Zai kneeling on the grass. Her jade fingers were inscribing a complicated and mysterious magic formation and profound talismans. Her expression was solemn, as if she was deducing something. Hearing his voice, Zai raised her head and looked at him. She frowned and said, "I'm calculating your background. The things of the previous life are in the past. There's no need to go." Yun Nuashing blinked when he heard this. Before he could finish speaking, everyone saw that the small magic formation suddenly emitted an extremely brilliant light. The sea of light drowned everyone, and an unusual sense of danger arose in their hearts. Danger! A frightening energy spread out, causing Yun Nuashing to cry out in fear. Light elements flashed, and golden chains stretched out, pulling everyone over. Then they quickly rushed into the distance. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion was deafening, and dust flew up into the air. A bottomless pit suddenly appeared on the ground, causing the entire temple to shake violently twice. This space even showed signs of disintegrating, causing everyone who had fled far away to wipe off their sweat. This attack was equivalent to a full-powered attack from a god emperor. Zai suddenly spat out a mouthful of purplish-red blood. The blood stained her clothes red, and her beautiful face became much paler. She leaned weakly in Yun Nuashing's arms. Her bright eyes were a little unfocused, and she looked very sad. "Zai!" Yun Nuashing was shocked. He hurriedly supported her and wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. This girl, who had always been proud and strong, showed her weak side in front of him for the first time. It made his heart ache a little. I miscalculated. I actually suffered a backlash." Zai forced a smile as she lay in Yun Nuashing's arms. Some purplish-red blood seeped out from between her pearl-white teeth. She licked her red lips and struggled to stand up. She didn't want everyone to see her weak side. However, Zai couldn't stand up no matter how hard she tried. She had no choice but to lie down and look at Yun Nuashing. "Your past is unfathomable. Someone used a forbidden method to completely seal your past. Even the power of a divine spirit might not be able to guess." After saying that, she pointed at the shattered mirror of Samsara. Her meaning was self-evident. The mirror of Samsara was comparable to an eternal divine weapon, but it had shattered just now. "Why are you still talking about this at a time like this?" Her words were like a heavy hammer that struck Yun Nuashing's heart. However, he didn't care so much. Golden energy flowed and entered Zai's body bit by bit. Touching Yun Nuashing's face, Zai smiled sweetly and said, "I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while." As soon as she said that, her delicate body emitted a gentle purple light. After a while, it turned into a flame and entered the pattern on Yun Nuashing's chest. Although it was still flickering brightly, Yun Nuashing could feel waves of weakness. He hurriedly mobilized the origin of his divine body and surrounded the purple flame carefully. Really, none of them are reassuring. After doing that, Yun Nuashing stood up and sighed helplessly. Everyone's expression was very grave. Yun Nuashing didn't care about Zai's words, but it didn't mean that everyone else didn't care. Even an emperor god and an eternal divine weapon had been damaged because of the speculation about Yun Nuashing's past. What kind of person had done that? What kind of person could be so ruthless? Seeing everyone's grave expressions, Yun Nuashing shrugged helplessly and looked at the lake. Seeing that the mirror was still there, and that there was no problem within 3 meters of the mirror, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the explosion hadn't destroyed these two things. Walking to the lakeside, Yun Nuashing carefully put away the mirror. Then he took out a white bottle and stored the reincarnation lake in one go. Who knows what use it might have in the future? As for the mirror, although it was already broken, it was still an eternal divine weapon. The material used to make it was the 12th level divine rune dark gold. It was also a material exclusive to gods. Looking at the huge hole in front of him, Yun Nuashing touched the 1-foot-tall bottle in his hand with satisfaction. This bottle was also a divine weapon. It had no problem storing an entire city. Now, it had no problem storing the lake water. "Someone has entered the temple," Elder Yu Qing said after sensing for a while. "Let's go. We have to hurry. There are still 3 places left." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing nodded. They had been having too much fun here and had forgotten about the time. Everyone nodded and flew back to the passage they came from. After returning to the passage, everyone discovered that they could control the wind element again. They quickly soared into the air and turned into a few shadows as they flew around the spacious passage. Inside the neat hall, there was nothing special except for some broken passageways. Along the way, they encountered a few blocked paths. Luminous pearls and lamps fell to the ground, but this passageway was easily broken through with a punch. Speaking of which, this temple isn't a historical site. There isn't anything particularly precious in it. After coming out of a secret room, Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head. He took out the map and said, a little puzzled. He had gone to 4 or 5 secret rooms like this, but he didn't find anything. This secret room seemed to be used for cultivation. There was nothing precious left. Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. "You've already taken the divine, runic dark gold. What other precious things do you still want? Let's go to the spirit beast pool. Let's see if we can take 1 or 2 flood dragons as pets." After being despised by everyone, Yun Nuashing smiled and looked at the 3 words spirit beast pool and nodded. When everyone rushed out of the passage and arrived at a place that seemed to have formed a world of its own, the wind element once again failed. Apart from Yu Qing and a few other elders who could use the power of space to fly, the others all fell to the ground, followed by a wave of heat. This was a barren land with several towering volcanoes spewing out hot air. The hot air spread from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. This kind of high temperature couldn't even be completely blocked by the energy barrier, causing everyone to sweat profusely. At the mouth of the 5 volcanoes, 5 different colors of light shone into the sky. If one looked from the sky, they would discover that these 5 volcanoes were arranged in a pentagram. Red, blue, yellow, green, and black liquid flowed from the foot of the volcanoes all the way to the small lake in the middle. The 5-colored light illuminated the place, making it seem like a dream. Dense fog filled the air, making it seem like a paradise. What the hell is this place? It's so hot. Yun Nuashing couldn't help wiping his sweat. Looking at the 5 volcanoes that were spewing smoke, he mistakenly thought that he had come to a purgatory and not some spirit beast pool. Did we come to the wrong place? Yuan Qian couldn't stand the heat either. She quickly fanned her face with her jade-like hands, causing her to sweat profusely. These aren't volcanoes, but liquid energy condensed from 5 different divine materials. It has a great effect on cultivation and tempering the body, especially the spirit beast pool in the center. It has fused 5 different liquids. The density of the energy is enough to fill an immortal steppe cultivator to death. Yu Qing carefully sized up the place and said, 5 elemental energy? Yun Nuashing was stunned and asked, No, the energy here has nothing to do with the 5 elements. It's just pure energy of the 5 elements. Yu Qing shook his head and said, Although cultivators can't withstand such a large amount of energy, magical beasts can absorb it without any fear. After all, their physiques are much stronger than humans. Hearing that, Yun Nuashing felt a bit regretful. If it really was the condensation of 5 elemental energy, it would be infinitely beneficial to Xian. After all, she had a 5 elemental body. She had an innate affinity with the 5 elemental energy. If she soaked in it, it would be difficult for her to not advance. However, this thought was quickly dispelled. Although it wasn't the 5 elemental energy, it was still extremely majestic and full of spiritual energy. Yun Nuashing suddenly touched the space between his eyebrows. The phoenix egg between his eyebrows suddenly trembled. A faint light shone from the space between his eyebrows. He could faintly hear a voice of desire. The will was so strong that it actually moved him a bit. He couldn't help but walk out. Feeling the movement of the phoenix egg, Yun Nuashing stared blankly for a moment. Then he became slightly happy. His soul came out from the space between his eyebrows and promptly swept through the area. Then he carried Ming and rushed out, leaving everyone behind in a daze. After staring blankly for a moment, he hurriedly chased after them. The light essence carried Yun Nuashing in a flash. In an instant, he arrived at the colorful pool in the middle. The rich spiritual energy and energy made him suddenly tremble. An incomparably comfortable feeling arose spontaneously. Although he was sweating profusely and his clothes stuck to his body, it was a bit uncomfortable. However, the refreshing feeling brought about by the abundant energy made him ignore this discomfort. This pool was about 300 meters in size. It was formed by piling stones around the edges. It looked very much like a hot spring. Colorful energy mist continuously rose, enveloping the entire area. Yun Nuashing reached out and touched the space between his eyebrows. He took out the half-black and half-pink phoenix egg. So many years had passed, but its appearance was still the same. There was no change at all. The 2 colors were perfectly balanced, neither more nor less. However, at this moment, it was emitting a blazing light. As soon as it came out from the space between Yun Nuashing's eyebrows, it plunged into the pool, creating a splash before it disappeared. Yun Nuashing opened his mouth wide. He watched as the egg plunged into the pool, creating a splash before it disappeared. Little star, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly rush over? At this moment, Xian and the others also ran over. As soon as they got close, their bodies trembled. A colorful light passed through their bodies, and cheers actually sounded from within their bodies. What rich energy! Even Elder Yu Qing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yun Nuashing's mouth opened in an O shape. She pointed at the rippling water and said, It fell in it. Who is it? When they heard this, they were so frightened that they quickly looked at the egg in Yun Nuashing's arms. When they saw that the Ming was still there, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Then they frowned, not knowing what it was. It's Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the colorful water surface suddenly ripple. It was as if something had floated up. Everyone quickly gathered over. Splash! The sound of water splashing could be heard. The phoenix egg slowly floated up from the pool. Its entire body was wrapped in colorful energy. It was extremely dazzling. Waves of energy slowly spread out, causing ripples to appear in the air. The vast energy caused everyone to be a little moved. This energy is at least an ancient demon beast. Elder Yu Qing looked deeply at the phoenix egg and said solemnly, Moreover, if I'm not wrong, it should be hatching. What? It's hatching? Yun Nuashing was extremely excited when she heard this. Chapter 325. This phoenix egg was brought out from the fiery red world on Yunhua planet and unsealed by accident in Yuan City. Later on, there was no movement at all. Normally, no one would touch it. Even so, he was very much looking forward to the day when it hatched. He looked forward to the day when he could sit on the back of this one and only phoenix and roam the world. Moreover, the phoenix was the only divine beast in the world. If it grew up, it could directly fight against the gods. Moreover, it had the god's position of the fire god. Once it reached the initial god level, it would automatically obtain the god's position. Being born with a god position was something that countless people could not even imagine. Now that she heard that the phoenix egg was about to hatch, Yun Nuashing was naturally excited as if she had drunk dragon blood and taken an aphrodisiac. This way, she would have an exceptionally powerful mount in the future. Her evil and cute smile scared Ziyi and Yuan Chen away. Each of them opened their eyes and carefully looked at her. Why did you all retreat so far? After laughing for a while, Yun Nuashing realized that she had lost her composure. She hurriedly covered her mouth and coughed dryly. She was stunned for a moment, but when she saw that everyone was 10 meters away from her, she could not help but ask. Everyone laughed dryly and waved their hands. Seeing that she had returned to her original state, they walked over. Yun Nuashing looked at the phoenix egg wrapped in colorful energy and excitedly rubbed her hands. Countless amounts of energy condensed in the spiritual beast pool. Ordinary people could not directly absorb this violent energy. However, for a divine beast with the purest phoenix bloodline, it was not a problem at all. At this time, it was like a catalyst that accelerated the hatching of the small phoenix that was still in the process of forming. Through the evil spirit eye, Yun Nuashing could see that within the 1 meter tall, colorful cocoon, another powerful life was slowly forming. The majestic life force was constantly churning, causing the surrounding space to tremble a little. After this incident, everyone was not in a hurry to leave. Although time was tight and there were people outside who were about to come in, it was not as important as waiting for a divine beast to hatch. Thinking of this, everyone sat down cross-legged and quietly waited for the phoenix egg to hatch. However, this wait did not take up much time. In just 5 minutes, the colorful energy had completely shrunk into the phoenix egg, and the half-black and half-crimson color had completely blended together. The color flowed like a liquid, and it looked very beautiful. After the colorful energy seeped into the egg, the phoenix egg trembled slightly. Then it floated over to Yun Nuashing and circled around him twice. Then, under everyone's shocked and speechless gazes, it lifted Yun Nuashing's clothes and dove into his stomach. Hey, hey, hey! Startled by the phoenix egg's movements, Yun Nuashing hurriedly carried it out. At this time, the phoenix egg had shrunk by a lot. It was not even 1 foot tall. Inside the egg, there were some small whirlpools. Energy was gathering towards the center, and this layer of energy eggshell was warm. It was not as hot as before. Buzz. Seeing that it had been taken out, the phoenix egg immediately emitted a faint light. Everyone actually felt a little emotional fluctuation, as if it had been wronged. Then it wanted to burrow into Yun Nuashing's stomach. F***CK. At this moment, there was no need to say anything. Yun Nuashing also understood what it meant. Black lines drooped down from his forehead, and his face twitched violently. This phoenix actually wanted him to incubate the egg. A phoenix is not a chicken. Why do you have to incubate the egg like this? More importantly, I'm not a female. I've never heard of a male incubating the egg. Yun Nuashing complained fiercely. He pressed his palm firmly against the egg. Then he thought for a moment and turned his gaze to Zian. He blinked and said, "Girl, why don't you incubate this egg?" When Zian heard this, she was stunned for a moment. A blush appeared on her pretty face. Then she quickly shook her head and waved her lily-white hands vigorously. How could he let a girl incubate the egg? No matter how he thought about it, it was strange. Seeing that Zian was unwilling, Yun Nuashing laughed dryly. Then he turned his gaze to Yuan Qian and said with a smile, "Qian Qianyu," seeing that Yun Nuashing had turned his gaze to her. Yuan Qian blushed. She shook her head like a rattle drum and quickly retreated behind Elder Yuqing and the others. She laughed dryly and said, "Little boy, I really can handle something as profound as incubating an egg. If you want me to bear your child, it would be easier." When she said this, everyone staggered and almost fell to the ground. Yun Nuashing's handsome face turned even redder. He coughed heavily and rolled his eyes at her. "Is it really okay to say something like this? Has your integrity fallen into a smelly ditch?" Seeing that Yuan Qian was unwilling, Yun Nuashing scratched his head in distress. He glanced at Elder Yu Xiao, Elder Yuqing, and the others. However, he instantly looked away. It was even more impossible for them. In the end, his gaze landed on Ming, who was curiously looking at the phoenix egg. Tears instantly gushed out of his eyes. How could he do this to such an adorable child? While he was hesitating, the phoenix egg's light gradually dimmed a little, as if it was losing its energy. A panicked emotion instantly reverberated in everyone's mind, making Yun Nuashing want to slap himself to death. Sigh. After a heavy sigh, Yun Nuashing gritted his teeth and shouted hysterically, "I'll incubate it! I'll incubate it, okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Nuashing stuffed the phoenix egg into his stomach. Then he tightened his windbreaker a little and spread out his 6 wings, covering his stomach perfectly. Only then did he sigh. His face twitched as he said, "Is this okay?" The phoenix egg trembled and even rubbed against his stomach, indicating that it was satisfied. This made him speechless. He wanted to buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. He didn't know what to say. Everyone looked at Yun Nuashing's bulging stomach and hurriedly covered their mouths. Then they turned their heads and looked elsewhere, as if they didn't see anything. The little boy. No, the little girl is pregnant. Ha! Yuan Qian covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. This laughter caused a chain reaction. Even Zian and Yu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Yun Nuashing looked at them with hidden bitterness. After thinking for a while, he decided to go all out. Since he had already become a pregnant woman, he might as well go all out. As he thought of this, his face flashed with a red and blue light. In just a moment, his face, which was originally as beautiful as a girl's, was revealed. This made everyone spit out mouthfuls of water. Their expressions were strange, and they didn't know what to say. "Why aren't you laughing?" Yun Nuashing, no. Yusin rolled her eyes at them. Her jade hand touched her stomach, and a light and melodious voice came out, making everyone's expressions even more strange. Now, she didn't look out of place. She was completely like a pregnant woman who had been pregnant for 10 months. Humph. Yun Nuashing snorted softly and pursed her lips proudly. Sometimes it was so easy to make others stop laughing. "I wonder how long it'll take to hatch?" Yun Nuashing touched the phoenix egg and sighed sadly. She couldn't keep walking around with such a big belly. If Jin Wang and the others saw it, it would be so embarrassing. It would be so embarrassing. However, it definitely wouldn't hatch in a short period of time. Zian walked up curiously and patted the phoenix egg. Then he did something that made everyone turn to stone. Zian lowered his head and pressed his delicate ears against the wings. Through the thick layer of wings, he listened to the phoenix egg's movements. It was as if he was listening to a little life's heartbeat. This strange action made Yun Nuashing roll her eyes. "You're a little girl, and you're turning into one." Yuan Qian rolled her eyes. After speaking, she walked up and copied Zian and pressed her ears against the wings. Everyone was speechless. Yun Nuashing shrugged cutely. Although this action was a little strange, it wasn't a big deal. Let them be. Just as they wanted to see if there was anything else here, a slight explosion suddenly came from the distance. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They quickly turned their heads and looked at each other. They could see the seriousness in each other's eyes. It seemed that the person who came in was very close to this place. take away this piece of land. This spiritual liquid is very useful. It will be very useful in the future. Yuan Qian said to Yun Nuashing. He had the most treasures on him. He was probably the only person here who had the ability to take away this piece of land. However, she was just saying it casually. Yun Nuashing nodded when he heard this. He also knew that this spiritual liquid was priceless and would be very useful to him. He didn't hesitate and quickly took out the green mountain and the core of the godly power weapon. He opened up the piece of land and smashed it to the ground. Then he activated the core and put it away. When there was a flash of light, there was only a huge hole in the ground. There was nothing left. Everyone opened their mouths in shock. Only Zian and Ming could look at each other calmly. Only the two of them knew Yun Nuashing's background. Yuan Qian's eyelids twitched. She was just saying it. She didn't expect that it would really be put away. Let's go to the apotheosis altar. Yun Nuashing took out the map and looked at Demon Water Cave. But there was a small skull marked there. Yun Nuashing frowned and then looked at the Divine Seal altar. Everyone nodded, and then, without stopping, they rushed out according to the map. At this moment, many people had already rushed in. In addition to the main hall, there were also people flying towards the places marked with names of places. Along the way, the places they passed by were like locusts passing through. Nothing was left intact. However, there was nothing precious to begin with. Even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, they wouldn't find anything. Moreover, these people didn't have a map. They didn't know where to go. At this moment, the importance of a map suddenly became obvious. Isn't this Tana's water god temple a ruin? Why is there nothing here? Ancient scriptures, ancient techniques, ancient techniques. Why is there nothing here? Isn't this a sacred place for everyone in the world? It feels like a trap. There was such a big guy at the entrance, and we were almost wiped out. Why is there nothing after we come in? At this moment, these people who were rampaging in the temple were angry because they couldn't find anything. They turned the originally dilapidated temple upside down and smashed everything they saw. Unfortunately, Yun Nuashing and the others had just rushed out of a passage when they saw a group of people turn their eyes and look at them from head to toe. Yun Nuashing glanced at this group of people. However, these people only glanced at them and then went back to crazily destroying everything. Only a sloppy old man was left. He was waving at them and shouting, "Hey, little brother, let's go together. Let's go in and get the god's weapon." This person was the old man who sold the map of the Tana's water god temple.